Hello, hello. Day 2 of Nordic Business Forum 2024, and we are back in the HS Visio Live Studio. Hello to all of you watching on the live stream and to all of you with us here in Helsinki. So the theme today, as was the case yesterday, the overarching theme is courageous leadership. And over the next 7.5 hours, we've got a really broad range of guests to delve into those topics. We've got guests who are economists, academics, founders, investors. We've even got a former hostage negotiator popping up to talk to us here. But we're starting with something a little bit different. We are broadcasting live from Finland, which has been ranked the happiest country in the world now for 7 years in a row. And we're going to be delving into what that means, in particular how that affects the workplace, whether we really believe the rankings, and what that means specifically for leaders in the workplace. So let's welcome our first 2 guests who are going to be delving into this. We have Mikko Kuuttinen, who is the founder and executive chair of the company Vincit, and we're also welcoming Maaike van den Boom, who is a leadership facilitator and an author on the topic of happiness. Please welcome them to the HS Visio Live stage. Hello. Good morning. Great to have you both as the first guests of the day. I suppose I should ask, first of all, how your happiness levels are right now.
I'm solid 8+.
8+?
Yes, I would say 8, 9.
8, 9. I'm a 10 out of 10. Yesterday was a great day, so I'm hoping that will continue for us. So, Maaike, you're originally from Germany, so you have a bit of a sort of outsider-in perspective
Yes.
On life here in the Nordics, although you do live in Sweden at the moment. But just tell us, how did happiness in this region get on your radar in the first place?
It was more coincidence because I traveled to the most happy countries, the 13 most happy countries of the world, because I wanted to find out why the Germans are always so grumpy, actually. So, and then I ended up in Finland, Iceland, and all the Nordic countries, and I was blown away. I thought, wow, this is the mentality. This is really, really state of the art. So I tried to dig a little bit deeper in it and came back and visited 30 companies in the Nordics to find out, can you also be happy at work?
So you've been doing your own research, and then in parallel with this, we've got the World Happiness Report, which we should say it is the result of rigorous research. Some people do question what the concept of happiness is, what exactly it means. But we've got the Oxford Wellbeing Research Centre in the UK and the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network actually compiling this ranking. Can you tell us a bit about how they measure happiness and define it?
Yes, it's actually very interesting because you don't have only the World Happiness Report, which most of you will know, but you have also the World Value Survey and the OECD Better Life Index, and they always ask the questions a little bit different. The World Happiness Report is, it's from the Gallup studies, and they are asking, how do you rate your life? And then others ask, how satisfied are you with your life? And the World Value Survey asks, how happy you are. And so it's all different angles to happiness, but actually one thing always remains the same. It's always the Nordic countries on the top. However you ask the people. So,
Mikko, what's your response to that as a Finn, watching it come out on top year after year, Finland and the rest of the region?
That's a perfect question. I hope that I will learn that from Maaike today. So I think that for Finns, the saying that happiness writes with white ink on a white paper goes pretty well. So when you see Finnish people, it's not that obvious that those guys at the street, they are the most happy nation. So you need to dig in a bit, and always, of course, when these research they have been published, so we Finns have this habit like whenever Finland is mentioned in a good context, it's always this torilla tavataan, so meeting at the marketplace. So we are like booming for a while and then we forget it. And I think that we are not that aware that what are the elements that makes us, so the institutional trust and all of that. So I admit, I agree with Mike that we could be a bit more proud of the nationwide happiness we can, the platform for the happiness we have been able to make.
Yeah, you mentioned the institutional structures. A lot of some of these surveys, as you say, they can focus on happiness, but they can also focus on the elements that make up your life, that make you feel stable, secure. Just talk us through what some of those things that maybe people here might take for granted, but maybe we've got 36 nations watching on the live stream might not necessarily know what some of those institutions are.
Yes, of course, there are different reports. They take in account social security and income and all these things. But actually, what I think is more important, or what I find out when I talk to all the people in these countries, was it's more like focusing that on trust. Trust is a very important element of happiness. And the freedom to express yourself, to be yourself, to grow is so incredibly high in the Nordic countries. But you don't get into this egoistic, I can make whatever I want in my life, but it's more like, how can we succeed together? So to bind these forces together, that I think it's genius, because we are not only independent, but we are also interdependent. And this balance is very precious, and I think the Nordic countries are very good also in schooling already to take this in account, to use the best of everyone for everyone.
Would you agree, Mikko?
Yeah, I think that the elements like from there, but I think that especially when you live, if you live your whole life in Finland and you don't see different type of like nations and all of that, so it's not that easy. So as a human, we have this kind of a, like, I don't know if it's just a malfunction or in our programming or something, but we are a bit tricky species, because we are not like happy if things are not progressing. So we are dissatisfied if everything stays stable. So in that sense, we have had a pretty good position for decades, and therefore I guess that we always are a bit surprised how well we are, because we feel that things could be better, and of course they could.
It's really interesting. I'm based in Sweden, in Stockholm, and when I first moved from London, people were really shocked. Why would you want to move from a vibrant, big capital city here? And I said, well, things like the nature and the equality's better, and you've got parental leave and pensions, and of course all of those things can be improved. But that baseline that people had had for years, there was maybe a lack of understanding that it wasn't so available necessarily in other places.
And I think we have two things. So what you experience in Stockholm or in Sweden, it's not the reason, it's the result of that. People want everyone to have a good life, and it's not the reason for happiness. And then the second thing we discussed it backstage was like, perhaps we have to leave this concept of happiness is like being newly in love, like a 10 of happiness scale, because if you can imagine being newly in love all the time, it would be crazy. We would not evolve. So we need this not being satisfied with something to be happy. So it's also an answer why we need crisis to also, it's a part of happiness. It's not like I'm happy all the time, but I'm happy, I'm a happy person, but now I'm not happy. So happiness is not this happy jelly feelings. Just forget about that. That's euphoric happiness. That's another concept.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about emotions here, and as Mikko mentioned, maybe if you walk around the streets, the Finns aren't exuding joy and sort of laughing and joking with every interaction. It's maybe a different take on happiness.
Yeah, I think that you can, like I just learned, that you can be happy in many ways, and that makes me happy. So I don't have to be this kind of a cheery all the time. And I think that there's two main things that count. So two main questions, for instance, to leaders, to make sure that everybody in the organization knows the right answers and feels that. So it's the first thing is that, can tomorrow be better? And the other one is, can I do something for it? So I think that if answer for both of those questions is yes, then the foundation of like finding the good things and be like involved and do your best to do the tomorrow better. That's the main thing for the leaders.
Yeah, thank you for bringing back the conversation to the workplace.
Yes.
Let's get Micah's take on that as well. How do you think happiness and leadership can interact, and how does that work here in Finland, perhaps differently to other places?
It's not so different from the concept of happiness. That's the fun thing. That's why I am also working hard together with Nordic Minds to bring out the Nordic thinking or mentality to, e.g., Germany or other countries, because it's making also people happy, and it is about giving the people the freedom to ask, to question things, to express themselves, to be critical also in a way, so that you can grow and develop. I think that's very good. That's what I said. And then it's a lot of this, it's love for people, actually, that is much stronger. This closeness to people, genuine, be interested in how are you doing, how is your life going, and I think this is really something that we are lacking in other countries, or that people are genuinely interested in your well-being, and that is the base for a trusting environment, this psychological safety where everyone likes to be involved and participate. And I think we see it, me coming from Germany, we see a lot of people protecting themselves, competing with each other, so they don't use their full potential, because they have to, be a little bit tactical, don't share knowledge, I'm not helping you because I have to be better than you in the end, and that's toxical, and we don't see that in the Nordic countries.
Yeah, there is much more of a culture of collaboration. I can definitely verify that, and I was shocked when 20 people in the room were asked how their weekends were when I went to work for a company recently, and everyone gets the time to actually answer. But what about the challenges? What happens when you've got employees who aren't happy? How do you deal with that as a leader when there are challenges in the workplace?
Yeah, that's a good question. That when you have like lots of people and the happiness it's of course at the individual level it's emotion, so it varies quite heavily, even in a short period of time. But I think that the main things are that, at least I believe that the barriers for the happiness and the engagement and that you are successful what you do, they form at the individual level. So then the leadership mechanism should be in a way that it focus on finding and helping to solve those issues at the individual level. Not like of course you need processes that you can tackle most of the cases, but still there is lots of this kind of individuals that their needs vary, and that's at least I think that's the key of finding the solutions for different people on different times.
And briefly, same to you, Micah. How would you deal with unhappy employees as a leader?
Taking care of them and trying to help them to find, perhaps they're just, most of the time it's they're perhaps not on the right place or not on the right spot, but they have also perhaps personal issues, so it's this personal attention you have to give the people and try to find out how you can support them.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for those insights. Great discussion to kick off the day. Thank you to Mikko and Micah. Great. All right, we're going to continue discussing happiness, well-being, and job satisfaction, how it feels as an employee. We were just hearing earlier, we can all have bad days, we can all feel unhappy, and we also know how if we have a tough day in the workplace, we can sometimes end up taking that feeling home. It can affect our thoughts and our actions at the end of the day. So we're going to explore a little bit with our next couple of guests how we can best optimize job satisfaction for employees and help them also to feel happy happy in their private lives as well. So let's introduce you to our next guests. We have Kirsi Pio, who's a Finnish communications consultant. Some of you will also know her as a former politician for the Liberal Conservative National Coalition Party. And we also welcome philosopher and psychology researcher Frank Martella. Hello. No one's gone that way before. I love how we're mixing it up a little bit. Welcome to Frank and Kirsi. How are you two feeling today? Happy?
Of course. We Finns are always happy.
And you?
Well, we don't, flaunt it, so I would say so, but yes, I am.
Okay, good to know. So we've been hearing a little bit about some of the factors that put Finland top of the happiness rankings. I don't know if you managed to catch that discussion. Is there anything you think we missed? Any other factors that stand out for you as to why Finland keeps coming top year after year?
Yeah, I think that they went through the main factors, like high quality democratic institutions, like welfare benefits, like relatively extensive compared to many other countries, high trust between people, and quite much freedom that people have. But I always tend to say that that governments cannot make citizens happy, but governments can remove many sources of unhappiness. So the Nordic happiness is not about there will be more people who are on a scale from 0 to 10 at 10, but it's more about that given the high quality institutions, there's much less people who rate their lives at 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. So there's Nordic happiness, the secret is that there's less misery here, not more extreme happiness here.
Kirsi,
And
what would you add to that?
organizations as well, can make us unhappy, very much so. But I think one of the things which Mikko a bit talked about is interesting, the thing that we don't quite believe our luck, We say that we are happy, but then when it comes out in a report, we say that, no, we are not happy. And when Harari says, that everything is about stories and the best story wins, I just wonder if we could trust ourselves a bit and, create the story of a happy nation and maybe create the happy nation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe 7 years top of the rankings, and only
And
now
still,
we're being proud and having a discussion about it and thinking how we can delve into it a bit deeper.
Yeah.
It's not a one-off.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the factors that promote happiness and in particular job satisfaction in the workplace, because there are all sorts of reasons why people stay in a job and might leave a job because they're not feeling satisfied. Kirsti, do you just want to start with that, Kirsti?
Well, I think one of the, research says that one of the most important factor of being happy or having a meaning of life, feeling of being in the right place with the right people, doing things that matter, I think is belonging. And generally, the relationships that we have. It's not only in our personal lives, but also in our work life that the relationships matter a lot. And there's Adam Grant, who spoke here yesterday, has done a lot of research on that how, when we know that we are doing something for some other person, that makes us feel, that we have a meaningful and purposeful job. So I think that's something that we could focus on more organizationally, creating better or more intelligent relationships. And I think that's something that we have sort of thought that it's deal with it yourself and not organizationally. Lately, we have been building cultures, but I would say that we would still, need to focus a little bit more on that.
What do you think, Frank? I mean, even the phrase workplace culture is not something that was so commonly talked about, say, 15 years ago. So it's on people's radar, but what can companies do better?
Yeah, I want to say that these are both very important factors, this sense of belonging and contribution. So they're about connecting with other people. But I think actually one advantage of Finnish work life that it's it gives people more autonomy than many other places. That we tend to give people more responsibility and more freedom to make their own choices, which is very important also for our well-being, connecting with yourself, being able to live according to your own ideas, interests, and values. So I think that's something that at least I think is one of the advantages of Finnish work life, that we give more autonomy to the people on average and trust people more. So it's both ways, connecting with others, but then also connecting with yourself.
Sure. I agree with that. And yesterday, Adam Grant also talked about hippos. If you were listening, the highest paid person's opinion wins always. We tend to conform, to that person. I think that in Finland, that's not really true. I think we have more equality, as you say, that the best opinion wins, basically.
I spoke with like Finnish CEOs who are like frustrated. They say that this is where we should go, and then people said, no, we are not going there. That's not a good idea.
Yeah.
And I think like in many countries that wouldn't happen. If the CEO says that we're going here, everybody's going to say like, yes, let's go there, even though they would like privately think it's a bad idea. But in Finland, they're more prone to say it loud that no.
We are brutally honest, you know.
And that's a good thing, I think, in the end.
Yeah, and that lack of hierarchy also shows up in other places, I think. You'll see CEOs stacking the dishwasher and things here and not necessarily leaving that to somebody who's seen to have a lower level job.
And I must add that that's also, a competitive advantage to our firms. When you speak with firms who are internationally, international Finnish firms, they say that, we cannot compete with money, but we can compete with equality. And if you are an ambitious young person, for instance, and you get into the Finnish, working culture, and you are equal, and your opinions matter, that's a huge competitive advantage as well, and we don't, market it maybe enough.
One thing that I think is starting to be marketed a bit better overseas is the work-life balance here. The longer holidays, the parental leave benefits that just still seem shocking to people in other countries where you might get, 1 week off or three months unpaid parental leave, that sort of thing. How much do you think that is impacting satisfaction at work? The fact that you have more time off. Are Finns less stressed out than other nations?
Actually, I went through like this. There was this European work-life survey that goes through 35 different countries and work in Europe, and it turned out when I look at burnout, how much burnout people are experiencing at the workplace. I think Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Netherlands were the top 5 with the least symptoms of burnout among the workers. So, which is interestingly basically the same country which are in this top 10 of these happiest countries. So it seems that the countries which have the highest levels of happiness seem to be also the countries with the lowest levels of burnout. So Finnish work life seems to be doing something right as regards not stressing out the workers as much as some other cultures. And I think one factor probably is this longer holidays that you actually have time to take off.
Yeah, and if you look globally, the ratio of burnout and exhaustion and early retirement and so on. So I think that's something that other nations could, learn from Finland. And also, I must say, when we are talking about the long summer vacations and long vacations, I think it's also, how we spend the vacation, because mostly we are, in our summer cottages in the middle of nature, and it's science-backed, that nature makes us more happy and makes life more meaningful and so on. So I think that's also something. I mean, we are forest bathing and lake bathing or whatever we do 4 weeks in the nature. That's also a factor, I think.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's not necessarily an action-packed city holiday where you're having to make a schedule which kind of feels like
also,
work sometimes.
Totally unplugged from the work life. I mean, you're not trying to multitask work and life at your summer vacation, summer vacation.
Do you think that?
And I also think that's actually a benefit in any creative industries. As a researcher, I feel when I'm working, I always have a project, then I'm reading stuff related to that project, but then when I'm on the summer vacation, I have time to read something else, and then when I read something completely unrelated to work, actually then I get the new ideas that then build the foundation for my next research project. So I think because I take these 4 weeks, or actually I usually take 5 weeks off, then because of that I'm actually getting more things done in the long term, because I get more creative ideas through having time to actually unplug from just grinding through the work.
And coming back with a new perspective. But there is some chatter in the media in the Nordics that some of that is a little bit under threat. I'd like to just do a little quick survey with the people in the room. Who has answered emails during their holiday in the last 2 years?
Well,
yeah, I mean, I'm seeing quite a lot of hands, and maybe that wouldn't have been so much the case, say, 10 years ago. How much do you think it is a threat that with the fact that we're always switched on digitally is starting to seep into
Well, I
into
mean,
our free time?
one factor that we often forget when we talk about, holidays and work and so on, that work is also, most people say that work is one of the most important factors when you talk about a meaningful life. So, I mean, if you just, answer the emails in order to, plug into the meaningful life or something like that, it's not so harmful. But if you have to multitask all the time, then of course it harms the balance. And even if you're a passionate person, for your work, too much is too much, and then you can easily destroy the purposeful effect or the meaning of it.
Yeah, I would think like if you answer once in a while some email like during a 4 weeks vacation, that's not the bad thing. But the more important thing would be when you get off from work during the regular weeks, that you wouldn't answer email throughout the evening, that you can actually unblock after the long work day to have time when you don't think about work related stuff. So that would be more important for one's well-being and lacking this burnout and stress kind of symptoms.
What do you think about mandatory blocks on emails? I think France has stopped companies from sending them or after a certain time.
I think that could work. I guess it has to be worked on a company basis or a team basis. But I think something like that might be a good idea in many workplaces. It actually helps then people to actually then be more relaxed. They don't have to think about the emails because they're not coming through. So in the optimal case, we all will be perfect in managing ourselves, but we rarely are. We are getting our phones out and checking the emails when we shouldn't be doing that. So in that sense, having some kind of rules and boundaries might be a good idea.
I think that also goes for the better relationships. I mean, you create within your team the rules which then conduct your relationships, and you're just you're not all the same kind of people. So maybe there are teams who like to do the emails all the time, and that's okay.
Yeah. Just want to apologise. We have had some messages saying that the live stream sound isn't working for everyone. So I hope it's back if there was a bit of a delay on that earlier on. So moving forward, who do you think it's up to try and improve job satisfaction in workplaces where it's not up to the standard that we would like? Is it up to bosses? Is it from the political level, or is it individuals? Is it up to us to, if we don't like that workplace, to go and find another one with a better sense of purpose, for example? Let's start with you.
I think it's up to all of us, and certainly it's not good to fall for a weak victim for this, but it's systemic as well. I remember a few years back in the Nordic Business Forum, there were this keynote speaker who were energizing Finnish business people and so on. And then the first question that the Finnish audience had for him was that, okay, well, we could do that, but how can we do this because our politicians are so slow and so and so? And he started to laugh at the Finnish audience that, are you really waiting for the politicians to deal with this? So, I mean, maybe we should, see this as a mutual problem and mutual challenge and mutual possibility as well.
Yeah, so just because it's a trusting society, it doesn't mean you should trust in others to make that shift.
Yeah, I agree that it's not like an either-or question, but both and questions. That, of course, the bosses, those who are setting the structures of the company, they should be thinking about these issues. But of course, it's also the individual responsibility to make sure that I'm making things better rather than worse, and I'm not just waiting there passively for somebody else to solve my problems. But of course, at the same time, if the work environment is toxic enough, then I, as an individual, might not have too much chance to change it. So in one point, it might be better just to leave and go somewhere else. So I guess all of us have the responsibility for that.
Yeah, okay. So just finally, a couple of personal tips. If you are having a bad day or feeling a bit unhappy, what are your top small strategies to bring a bit more joy to your day or to cheer yourself up? Let's start with you, Frank.
I think subscribe to this so-called meliorism, which is this pragmatist philosopher's word for always focusing on getting things better. So like whatever is the situation, accept whatever has happened because that's already happened. Accept the things that you cannot change because those you cannot change, and then focus only on the things that actually are in your control.
Okay, so acceptance. And very briefly, we've got 30 seconds. Top tip from you?
I think focus on other people. Appreciate your coworker out loud, please. And I think that creates better relationships and that creates a happier workplace.
Yeah, take yourself out of yourself a little bit. All right, what a wonderful second discussion. 2 great discussions about happiness to kick off the day. Thanks very much to both of you.
Thank you.
All right, enjoy the main stage. We'll be back here at 11 o'clock finish time. Bye-bye. Hello again, everybody. If you missed our first session of the day, we were focused on happiness at work and how leaders can create happy teams. And before we move on, I would like to know what is making you happy about Nordic Business Forum 2024. The room here in Helsinki is packed, so we must be doing something right. But those of you on the live stream, do send us your thoughts as well. What have you found most interesting, inspiring, or practical? I think for me, I loved the sessions we had yesterday about customer experience, really homing in on how we should continue to pay attention to detail in every single interaction that we have with others. Now we're going to focus on economics and strategy with our next guest. You've already seen him on the main stage. We can add to his skills as being an excellent and well-known investor. He's also a speedy walker. He's raced back here to get mic'd up. So please give a very warm welcome to Björn Wahlroos. I feel like you were choosing which chair you wanted then.
Well, this is okay.
This one's perfect. All right, brilliant. So for anyone watching on the live stream that didn't catch you on stage, let's just start with a bit of a summary of your thoughts on competitiveness.
Well, that really is a huge question. I think Mario Draghi and myself saw eye to eye on many of the issues here.
Yeah.
He made a big point of pointing out that media attention on his report was perhaps not exactly structured the way he thought about the report. He put much more emphasis on private initiative, much more emphasis on incentives, less emphasis on public common debt than we've had in media, and I would of course agree with that. If you go into competitiveness in Europe, of course, my personal view is that this is a very, very crucial question. It's crucial for Mario Draghi as well, but I think we differ a little in our view on national state involvement in this process. I put a lot of emphasis on taxation and regulation as being defining features of where entrepreneurs and companies choose to go. Because having had a long career myself deciding on investments in various companies, I've seen that we choose rather rationally. We go where it is most efficient to go, i.e. where various costs are the lowest. And in that juncture, regulation and taxation play a large role. And I think that is something the EU needs to realize as well. Because not everybody goes to America just because it's a wonderful place and marijuana is legalized in many states or whatever. That was a joke. They actually go there because taxation is light. And you can see that traffic between California and Texas. Did you know that last year was the first year on record that California actually lost population, whereas Texas is growing like mad?
I mean, taxation is a huge topic, but actually one of the things we've been talking about here on the HS Visio Live stage is happiness in the Nordics, and how a lot of that is connected to the contentment which comes from having a strong welfare state, from having things like parental leave, work-life balance, which come from taxation. And I'm interested in how you think that plays into competitiveness. Is there a chance that people here are too focused on work-life balance, having a good time, and losing the competitive edge?
Let me start by asking you a question. Do you actually believe Finns are the most happy nation in the world?
I think it depends how you define happiness.
Well, that's a very smart answer. The real answer is no, they are not.
I mean, you should have been here for the discussion earlier. We could have done with a more critical edge on that. But yeah, it depends how you define happiness,
okay, but
joy,
let me answer your real. I can answer
yes.
your real question. And your real question, of course, is saying, don't you need some sort of social security network, risk control? You need a public sector that provides for some mitigation of excessive risk. And the answer is yes. But the question is one of scale. It's ridiculous to suggest that the United States would not have a social security network. They do. They don't leave people dying in the street like they do in some African states. The question is, we may agree that from a Scandinavian viewpoint, we may want to have a little more social security than the Americans have. I mean, it's a matter of taste or consideration. But I'm pretty sure Europe is at the very upper end of extensive and badly designed systems of social security. The problem really might be solved altogether by designing these systems in a smarter way, because we've all become prisoners of age-old structures going back to the Beveridge Report in 1943.
Yeah, but I mean, playing devil's advocate, I mean, even here in the Nordics, there are higher homeless levels than there used to be. I think Finland's done better than some other countries at tackling that. But there is, I think, a stronger safety net here than in the US.
As long as we can afford it.
Yeah.
As you may know, we borrow at the tune of 5% of our GDP, we being Finland. There is no way we can go on doing that. So we do have a problem here, because we need to create, going back to the real theme of this conversation, we need to have competitiveness that creates economic growth in order to be able to finance whatever level of social security network we agree on.
We've got a lot of questions coming in for you, Björn, so I'm going to jump into a couple of those before we move on with some of mine. This one says, if you had all the power in the world, what would you do to get Finland's economics back on track?
Well, first of all, I pray every evening that I will never have all the power in the world. That's very, very important. It is an absolute obscene starting point for a question. But I understand that I should not take this literally. I think the very short answer is, I think I will do more or less the same thing as the present government of Finland is trying to do. I would just do it on a much, much bigger scale. I would take more risks in targeted tax reductions. I would take more risk. I would be more adamant about labor market reform. I would be more focused in trying to cut the parts of public expenditure which I find really inefficient. A lot of the pure transfer payments, for instance.
Okay. This person wants to know, what do you think is working well in the EU, if anything? What are the opportunities for the EU?
Well, up until 2 years ago, I had a standard answer for that. I said, we have peace. I always said, look, the EU was founded in order to make sure that these idiots in France and Germany would never start killing each other again. And that was what the EU was founded on, and that's why we had the coal and steel union, to have them join in an essentially commercial venture on the premise that it's really stupid to bomb your own property. And that was a great success story. So in a sense, this is really horrible. Vladimir Putin has taken my standard answer. I don't have it anymore. Because the one thing that the EU was very good on is creating peace and stability in Europe. Now, as the EU has moved beyond that, it has been less good. Which is not to say it has failed. I'm just saying that it could have been much better in trying to foster a more level playing field, a more open market, to be very specific, to foster capital markets union in order to create the kind of institutions and mechanisms, market mechanisms, that would make us much more competitive, particularly together as compared to the Americans.
So connected to that, this next question is about, what do you think the common values, the 3 common values should be that all of the EU nations should follow now? Do you think there needs to be peace, one of them being a redirected focus? What would you...
Well, I have to tell you, I once asked a former prime minister of Finland that question when I got a bit irritated at when he used the term our common European values for about the 12th time within 3 minutes or something. And I got a really stupid answer. Now, I'm very happy and I'm indebted to Mario Draghi, because in his speech, when he presented his reform program, he actually enumerated these values. And actually, I have no problems with them. Peace is one, democracy is another, equity is a third one. And then there's some stuff about sustainability, which I have always problem understanding what it actually means, but I think it means something good.
Yeah, I mean, sustainability has been a focus from some of our speakers here, and I know something that Nordic Business Forum cares about. Let's take this back to a slightly more close-up level in business, and let's draw on some of your expertise in investing. So for a lot of millennials and Gen Zs, this is the first time that we've experienced a full economic cycle of seeing things go up, seeing things go down, and maybe starting to see some things going up again. What is your advice for people who are thinking of starting to buy and sell their first assets right now?
My standard answer is I don't give investment advice because it always gets me into trouble. But of course, if we're talking a very aggregate level, not individual assets, then I mean, I used to do research in financial economics. Some of it's empirical, and there's a strong argument for a buy and hold strategy. If you're not a trader, if you're not someone who sort of enjoys the thrill of the daily market fluctuations, buy some good stocks. This is the Warren Buffett thing. Buy a good share and hold on to it. So don't care about cycles. You'll never get it right anyway. Buy whatever assets you want to hold for the medium to long term. Hold on to them unless something absolutely incredible happens. And don't put yourself in a liquidity squeeze. Don't put yourself into debt.
Are there any particular industries in Europe that you see as strong industries to invest in?
Well, of course, there's a lot of change. I don't know if I want to use the word strong because it's laden with emotion and various connotations. But of course, let me just give you a few examples, because if you really want to be a more active investor, you of course have to find trends. You have to create a vision that is yours, because if it's shared by everybody else, then market prices will of course reflect that vision, so there's no money to be made in it. You need to come up with a vision which is uniquely yours, it's proprietary to you. To give you a couple of examples of what you might think, there are a couple of big agendas we talked about with Mario just a moment ago, which he talks about in his report. One of them is energy, and another was defense. Now, if I just take those examples, I actually made the argument in the big hall saying there's no way we can solve the energy problem which Europe, and particularly Germany, has built up for itself because of reliance on Russian national gas and some other Russian energy resources, without a massive program of recreating nuclear power. Not in the old way, creating it with what we call small modular reactors, which don't put as much strain on the grid. So investing into that change without sort of giving any individual ideas for investment, I think it's obvious that there's going to be an enormous amount of investment going into energy and energy-related stuff.
And again, you can see that shift in different parts of Europe. You can see that shift already starting to happen.
Exactly, and the same goes for defense.
Another issue is AI, which we've had a couple of questions around. History shows that new technology drives growth. What is your view on how the EU could or should speed up the adaptation of AI?
Well, I'm not sure the EU can do very much about it. I am, as many of you would know, I'm very skeptical about public organizations being particularly efficient in that arena. And it has a lot to do with the fact that there's an incentive problem in the public on the public arena in public administration. And it's very simple, and I'm not the first one to say this. Whereas an entrepreneur or today even an executive, any board will take will put a lot of effort into providing his CEO with a harmonic and symmetric incentive or sort of scheme, where essentially if things go well, he or she gets a part of that, and if they go badly, he actually to some extent suffers. In the public sector, this is not the way it works. In the public sector, if things go bad, you are immediately fired. And if they go well, you don't get any share of it. So the expected value of any public bureaucrat's sort of expectation, the value of his expectation on an investment, is always much more negative than it is for a private sector person, and therefore he will simply take less risk. Someone who's incentivized the way we incentivize our public servants will never take risk.
So you think it's got to be up to businesses to drive that change
It must
forward?
be up to. And actually, I think business solves many of the problems which Mario is concerned with. One of them is fragmentation, which is one of his main concerns, that everything is fragmented on the national level within the EU. Well, the obvious solution to me is business. The big corporation that can straddle all the national boundaries. That's why America is competitive. Not because sort of these companies are Californian or from the state of Washington like Microsoft, but because they can straddle all of this, not just in the US, but actually globally.
Yeah, really interesting to get your perspectives. Lots more we could add around regulation and all sorts of things, but we're running out of time. Thank you very much for joining us here on the HS Visio Live stage.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to keep talking about money with our next couple of guests as well. And don't forget to keep sending your questions in. We have some great ones for Björn just there. So use the Brella app and use the question and answer function there. Or you can use Slido. Just go to slido.com and put in the code nbforum 2024. This is a chance to put your thoughts anonymously to some of the top brains in business and banking. So our next two guests are joining us, both of them from Estonia. We're going to speak to Chief Investment Officer at Redgate Capital, Peter Koppel, and Mikael Nesta, who is the Chief Economist for the SEB Bank in Estonia. Please welcome them to the studio. Welcome.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Hi.
Hi there. Right, so we've talked a bit about the competitiveness climate, both in Europe and particularly here in the Nordics. How are things going in the Baltics? Where do you see competitiveness?
Well, we were actually discussing the same issues in the backstage. Well, I think the Baltics got a really good head start. So it was very easy in the first years to catch up with the more welfare Europe. But the higher you get, the more difficult it is to achieve those goals now. So I would say, let's say Estonia and Lithuania have now roughly reached the living standard of 85% of the EU's average in terms of GDP per capita. And well, seeing to go above that 100%, that will take some years.
Would you agree?
I completely agree, but at the same time, I would say that we have sort of similar trouble or similar issues as other developed nations. Even if we are not heavily indebted, we have a public sector is sort of running out of money and constantly panicking about it. We have aging population, lack of workforce, and we sort of have been draining competitiveness for quite a long time already now. And I'm quite happy that at the highest level of European Union, people have sort of understood that Europe is becoming an open-air museum, competitiveness-wise. And if something sort of is done there, it will influence our export and we will start doing great again.
Okay, some really interesting thoughts there. A lot of discussion around what the EU can do to improve and do better. What things do you think it's doing well?
Well, the trouble there is that if we start looking at the reasoning behind the success of the Baltic states is that at one point we did everything absolutely the opposite as it was done in the Soviet Union. So, and that actually made us very, very successful. And now we are seeing sort of, not similar levels, but we see high bureaucracy, we see very, very much faith in the state. And this is something that actually does not really work. If you're an Estonian, you sort of understand that this does not work, that this is not the way forward. And I'm sort of feeling also the vibe here is quite similar. People are realizing that, people know that, and people maybe try to nudge the processes towards the direction which is different.
There does seem to be a shift away from support for high taxation. Tell us a little bit about what's going on in Estonia right now.
Well, I think the overall situation is a bit similar to that we see in Finland right now. So the budget deficit has grown to levels which are not considered to be sustainable, and now it's the hard part, so where to get the money from. But in a short-term picture, so we're increasing some of the taxes just to bridge this gap we have right now. But looking at the maybe on a more broad horizon, there's also the question that what do people want? So if you look at the let's say the taxation levels in Estonia, but and Latvia and Lithuania as well, then the share of taxes being paid as a share of GDP, this is one of the lowest we see in OECD and in Europe. And let's say during the last decade, the lives of the people have become much, much better. So people have become much richer, but also I think their expectations towards the public sector, towards the government have increased. So they want to have better public services, better medical care, higher wages for the teachers. And having all of that with such a low level of taxation is tricky, if not impossible. Which means that at one point we have to decide that what do we actually want? Do we want to have more public services, higher quality public services? Then this means that we need to increase the taxes. If we're okay with having a level we have right now, or even maybe less, then the current taxation levels are good to go.
Usually I tend to agree with Mihkel with absolutely everything, but this is where we have slight disagreement, because we are dreaming also in Estonia in general of a welfare state in a situation where welfare state as a concept is dying in, for example, in Finland. So if the people are expecting sort of the higher level of public services, maybe at one point they should start trimming their expectations, in my view at least. But that's true that at one point we have to decide, do we do this or do we do that? And currently there are no decisions, there are just chaotic improvisations.
I mean, it's a hot topic across Europe, and I think you can see that from the number of countries that have been flipping from left to right over the years, including here in the Nordics. So it's clear that people are very divided on this issue. Not everyone agrees with Björn's argument earlier, for example. But let's talk a little bit more about individual businesses and competitiveness for companies. As you say, Estonia's really shown its colours here with a lot of successful businesses over the last few years. But what do you think are the key strategies for being a competitive business in 2024?
Well, I think in Estonia it has been very simple that do not concentrate on the Estonian market, go global. So when I think about all those unicorns that have been born in Estonia, none of them have thought in the first place that they will be only Estonian companies. So they always wanted to go international, to be very, very big. And for some reason they have been quite remarkably successful in that. And this is the key difference, I think, between them and most other businesses we see in Estonia, that bigger ambitions.
Yeah, Peter, would you agree?
I think also that the size is something to consider, because if you are small and dynamic, you can pivot quite easily. If you're not doing good, you can pivot quite easily. The decision-making process is quite rapid, so therefore the size in that sense has been a competitive advantage, and I at least hope that it will continue to be that.
Okay. Mika, you've often highlighted the importance of understanding broader macroeconomic trends that influence the Baltic region. What do you think are the key economic global shifts that could impact the country over the next few years? What do people need to be aware of?
Well, I think Estonia is a very, very small country. So whatever happens in the region, in Europe as a whole, then this has a huge influence on also Estonia's economy. So we are very, very trade dependent. So we see right now that the high interest rates, for instance, we see that have severely impacted our trading partners in the Nordic countries, have also severely impacted Estonia. So I'm really closely following what is going on right now in Sweden and Finland, for instance, and looking at those let's say, not very positive growth outlook.
You mean the rate's starting to dip? How does that compare with Estonia right now?
Sorry.
How does that compare with Estonia right now?
Well, Peter can add here, but
What do you mean by how does that compare to Estonia?
Are you seeing rates starting to dip in the same way as we are in other parts of the Nordics?
It is. They're definitely moving, and there are definitely some optimism regarding with our main export partners. Central bank is already saying that okay, our export partners are doing good, and if I remember correctly, it was like 80-ish% of our GDP is export. So if interest rates go down, our export partners do even slightly better, then we will do much better. That is basically a very, very easy mechanism in that sense, or simple.
Obviously, Finland has the euro, but not all of the other Nordic countries do. And we have a question in, I'll give this to both of you. What's your view on the common currency in Europe? And how does this play into different scenarios for Europe going forward? Do you think it would be easier for Estonia if it was trading with other countries in the Eurozone?
For Estonia, being a part of the Eurozone has been, I think, very beneficial. Being a small country, which many don't know of, then having this hard currency of euro, this has been very, very good.
Do you think Sweden, Norway and Denmark?
If I would be Swede, then it's a tricky question, because I think this has been always a topic that heavily discussed, that why are Norwegian and Swedish krona so cheap compared to many other currencies, and this is being regarded as a problem, but I think it has also hugely benefited the Swedish economy due to the fact that well, when we look at the income levels, the labor costs in Sweden, for instance, if they had been a part of the Eurozone for the last 10 to 15 years, then I'm not that sure that they would have been as successful as they have been right now.
Would you agree?
For Estonia, it has been a tremendous success. As an overall project, if you put countries into a currency union with very, very different productivity, without adequate transfer mechanism, then you are going to have a situation that we had with Greece. Then you are going to have a debt crisis. And as a general project, Euro, unfortunately, in that sense, has not been a success, and it's currently losing its position in global trade. Sad to say.
Lots of big questions being raised around the EU. Just very briefly then, let's talk a little bit more about investing. And Peter, you've spoken about staying rational and avoiding emotional decisions when investing. What kind of mindset do you think people need to have in current times where things are still just generally a bit unpredictable?
I would say that the mindset has to be two things. First of all, you're not going to have anything actually improving without taking on any risk. And at the same time, you have to be rational in that sense that you really don't fall in love with just a couple of investments. So first of all, you have to take risk, but at the same time, you have to diversify. But this has been right for as long as there has been sort of investing in that sense that you actually know what you're doing. So this has been right for 100 years. It's still right, but people sometimes, also in the Baltics and in Estonia, they tend to forget that.
Any final comments to add from you?
Maybe a controversial statement, but because I don't have much time to, concentrate on investing, then I just do very mainstream things, and this has been very beneficial for me. So keep it mainstream. Don't overthink it.
All right, brilliant. And you two host a big money podcast in Estonia. So if people want to hear more from you, have you got any episodes in English?
We're going to continue doing it in Estonia because it's a niche market, and we enjoy being big fishes in a small pond.
Well, we've enjoyed welcoming you to this pond. Thank you so much for being with us here at Nordic Business Forum.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, we'll be back to the main stage in a little while, where I know Pep has got better jokes than me, but I've got more guests. We've got 5 guests coming up here in the HS Visio Live Studio over the next 45 minutes. So do stay with us for more talk about money and strategy. So our next 2 guests, one of them is a keynote speaker from yesterday. She needs little introduction. She's one of Finland's most influential women in business, just looking at some of the boards she chairs, including Finnair, Orthex and Posti Group. So we've got Sanna Savanto-Haase joining us. And we've also got Morten Mikos. He's the CEO of HackerOne, which is a platform that works against security vulnerabilities and computer bugs. And for background, he's also the CEO of database management system MySQL, which was acquired by Sun Microsystems in 2008. Also Senior Vice President of Hewlett-Packard. So welcome Morten and Sanna to the HS Visio Live stage. Welcome. Hi, good to see you. Have a seat. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
Wooden and cozy, but especially cozy this year. I'm very much enjoying sitting up here. Sanna, for anyone who missed your speech on the main stage yesterday, just give us a recap of the key takeaways.
I think I was talking yesterday about why CEOs and executive teams succeed. I gave the 3 essentials: self-leadership, result orientation, and then making sure you train yourself and your people. And the 3 Fs: future, fun, and focus, 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 I think was the point.
Excellent. Morten, you're originally from Finland, but actually based in Silicon Valley. Why is it important to you to come back to events like this, hear people like Sanna be in the audience?
Well, we have this saying in Silicon Valley that you don't have to be in Silicon Valley, but Silicon Valley has to be in you. And when I moved there 21 years ago, it may not have been true, so you really had to go there. But you look at the most phenomenal startups now coming out of the Nordic countries, and they don't have to migrate or move their CEO to Silicon Valley like I did. I happen to love that area because people have a can-do mindset that's well beyond any other place on this planet. But we find it in Finland and the Nordic countries as well in certain pockets, like this one.
Interesting. So we've been talking all about economic strategy, some very quick-fire interviews getting into big topics around the EU strategy, competitiveness. But let's talk about individual businesses. What do you think makes a good strategy if you're starting or growing a business? I'll start with you, Sanna.
For me, it's very simple. It has to fit on one page. If you don't have the purpose, everything from the strategy, including values in one page, you don't have a strategy. You have some kind of blah, blah story. And you need to fit in on one strategy because of focus, but also because that's how you can communicate it. That's how you can make sure that people know what you're supposed to be. So if I start from that one.
How many values do you think a company should have? How many values do you think a company should have?
3.
3.
We can't remember 4. If we have 4 or 5, you forget the last one. 3 you can remember. But I think another thing is that same thing goes for the strategic choices. More than 6 is a no-go, and maybe 3 in the strategic choices is a bit too few. But you have to make a true choices, and you have to ask whether these strategic pillars actually is a choice between 2, alternatives, or is it just we want to be better? That's not a choice. Nobody wants to be worst. So it has to be a true strategic choice on the pillars which you want to build on it.
Same question to you, Morten.
I think the best strategies are market-driven. You choose a market opportunity that you intentionally go after. So you are driven by something the market knowingly or unknowingly needs. The second thing is you must have a right to win, like some reason why you are the best or will be the best. That's number 2. And then thirdly, strategy is very much about deciding what you are not going to do. So I deal with a lot of startups, and they have far too many things in their strategies. And they don't know what to remove. And the act of strategic planning is to remove things, or if you are a little bit softer, you could say you sequence them and say, this thing we will do, but not yet. And that's the hard part of strategic planning.
You mentioned that over in Silicon Valley, there's this sort of go-getter, fast-paced mindset, really.
Right.
How do you think businesses there develop strategies differently to here in the Nordics?
Oh, they don't.
They don't have strategies.
Oh, in Silicon Valley, we just do. We raise a lot of money and we rush somewhere and we see what happens. And then many companies go bankrupt because there are so many of them, but some few will succeed.
So what do you think the Nordics can learn from that? It's a risk-based model.
The thing is that in Europe, 100 million is a lot of money, but in the US or Silicon Valley, 100 minutes is a lot of time. So here we waste time and we save on our money, but in Silicon Valley, they waste money and they save time, and that's the main difference between the two.
Sanna's nodding away. I mean, if I'm going to play devil's advocate, we've talked a lot about work-life balance and leadership and some of the things that are done very well here, but there's also a reputation in the Nordics of people having meetings about meetings about meetings.
But I think what Morten is saying is fail faster. And it's fascinating, I live in Copenhagen, I live in Denmark, and it's fascinating to see the difference between Denmark and Finland. In Finland, we plan, and then we go that plan. The Danes, we plan about, then we go. Oh shit, it wasn't right, let's move. So there is part of that one in not the Silicon Valley way, but it's at least to admit that even if it's a plan, if it doesn't work, for heaven's sake, don't go that direction more.
So agility.
So you have to have agility, and you have to have, sometimes I feel that Finns and flexibility are two words that never meet. And we need to ensure that we get more of this understanding, this is not working, then let's go different direction. I think Silicon Valley is on that way, but on speed, on some kind of drugs the same way. Or if it doesn't work, then let's stop. But here we at least say, let's change the direction if it doesn't work.
Yeah, Morten, you've also written a bit about this, I think, in Helsinki and Sanomat about decision-making, how to make decisions, how to improve decision-making processes. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, decision-making is at the heart of building a business, and we are all different as decision-makers. Like, I am actually a slow decision-maker myself. So I have to hire people around me who are fast decision-makers, and then I delegate to them to make sure that our company is fast enough. So I do think everybody must understand in what way they make decisions. But what we also need to know is that in this world of business and digital companies, nothing is irreversible. You can make nearly any decision and you can retract later. So that means that you can make the decision with a fractional information, with insufficient information. You can make it on a whim, you can make it based on instinct, because if it was wrong, you change it. And that's hard to learn for somebody who grew up being told by their parents that if you make a decision, you better stick to it, and quality goes before quantity. But in the digital world, quantity begets quality. So all these principles have changed.
On the flip side of that, if you do make a decision, it's a lot. If you do make a decision that you regret or something that goes wrong, it's a lot more public here. People can write about it on social media. They can say this company did X, Y, Z. Sanna, how do you think the communication strategies need to fit into all of this? If you decide to make a change in direction, how best to communicate that?
To be honest, I mean, this is one of the big things that's happening also in the digital world. We used to build the stories, and this is what we tell you. Today, you have to be transparent. You have to be authentic. If you go out and saying, we thought that would work, it didn't. We were smart enough to see that and change. So you turn the story of changing your direction to something which is positive, which it is in any way. So I think too many people are actually afraid of making decisions because, oh my God, one of the other, more yellow press in the afternoon, you're going to be in the first page. Yes, you should think about that one, but that should not be your decision maker or dealer. You have to say, okay, let's be transparent. Good stuff, we learned something. Let's do something smarter. Oh, you're so cute.
So what qualities do you think are most valuable for leaders when pushing through new strategies? One might be admitting your mistakes. One might be delegating, like you said, for things that aren't quite right for you. What other qualities would you both highlight?
I think leaders must believe in their own agency, that they can influence the world, and they can always influence the world, and it's never their role to complain, never. And they have to live with that. And secondly, they have to believe in human beings and believe that other people have agency too, and together we can do something better. I think with those, you'll be fine. Everything else is secondary.
Sanna?
I think one of the biggest things is leaders have to stop being leaders and being human beings first. And that I mean authenticity. There's a lot of studies that says we don't hear what you say, we hear what your body language, what your everything else is saying. And too many leaders talk about, but it's very important, my words. No, your words don't actually matter. It's about, do you actually show that what you're talking is what you believe in? And I think that is a hugely important, and even more important in today's world, when everything is digitalized and everything is visible. So you have to spend some time as a leader to understand, who am I? How do I talk about this one, and finding your own words? I think the second thing is much more difficult in the mid-leader positions. You know, it's easier when you get to the top. You've done all your learnings, but even those, they have to do it. In the mid-leader positions, it's even more important you stop and saying, is this a project I truly believe in? Is this a project I really want to lead? How do I lead about it? The worst thing anybody wanting to be a leader is in the victimization. It's others' faults, because my parents were this, because my childhood was that. Guys, we have one life. Take responsibility of your own life. It's much more easier than you think if you just do it. And that's the same thing for the leaders.
Thank you for that. We've had some questions coming in relation to what you said earlier about changing direction. So this one says, when do you know when to change direction and to change decisions? You were saying you have a hunch you're on a path, this isn't working. But at what point do you say this isn't working and we're not going to keep trying?
I think that you shouldn't, say, oh, the first why business is not working. I'm a big believer in data. And again, the digital world gives you a lot of data. You can see if a product you're launching is successful or not, or if the project is going in the right direction. If you have a project which within the first 3 months has been delayed by 3 years, let's restart, there's something going wrong. But you have to be a data-oriented. And it helps if you, in the start of the project, has put some data points down on that one. And yes, don't drop it in the first time. But don't be an idiot and try 5th time if you failed already. So there is a certain point. What it is, it depends about the project, it depends about the cost. I think somebody said yesterday in the screen, or where it was, that the worst thing you can do also with your career is, I hate my career and keep doing the same career. For heaven's sake, don't. So the sunk cost is the biggest enemy for you to stop or change the direction.
Morten, you're nodding away. Any final comments from you?
It's a really hard one. There's advice saying the moment you fear that it's not right, just change it immediately. And there's advice saying in Finnish, läpi harmaan kiven, and just keep going and never give up. And those two pieces of advice are contradictory. If you are a leader of something, you may need a mentor or somebody you can have a confidential conversation with, because if you are running a project team, you can't go to them and say, hey, project team, do you think we are doomed? Because then you are doomed. So you have to keep believing in it until you don't, and you may need somebody else where you test your assumptions. Like Subway, the huge chain that produces sandwiches in the US, their first store was a failure, and he thought he should give up, and they said, no, I said in my strategy I'll have 500 outlets in 5 years. I can't shut this down. I have to open 2 more. And he did the complete illogical thing, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
So it comes down to very deep instincts at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And that's what differentiates great CEOs from other CEOs.
Yeah, a bit of trial and error
And luck.
risk-taking
And luck.
and luck.
Good luck.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we've been very lucky to have you here. Thank you very much. Please give it up for Sanna and Morten. Thanks. All right, we're going to continue discussing strategy in business with a couple more veteran guests. One of them has been making strategic decisions in business for a career spanning 6 decades. And the other is also a champion of empowering workers to continue within leadership roles and find their niche after the age of 55 even. So please welcome Lauri Ratia, who is the chair of the logistics and moving company Nivi Palvelut, also TerraFrame, which produces battery chemicals for electric vehicles, and Reete Rajala, entrepreneur and change consultant. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the studio. Right. I hope you don't mind me sharing that you're 78 years old with our
No,
audience.
not at all.
And a lot of your biggest moves and deals in business have been in the last 10 years, when a lot of people would be chilling out in their gardens and enjoying retirement. So let's start. Why do you still enjoy working, and in particular being involved in high-level business strategy?
Because it's fun. I cannot think that I would be laid back and sit at home or be playing golf. That's my passion. That's why I do it.
Rita, do you see yourself working at 78?
Sure,
All right.
if it is fun.
We're going to talk a little bit more about age and experience later, but let's first talk about some of your different experiences in strategy and corporation situations. So you've been involved in quite a lot of corporate turnarounds, companies that really needed a new approach, and you had to implement strategy shifts. Can you tell us about one that you're particularly proud of?
Well, I'm particularly proud of Stockmann's strategy, rejuvenating Stockmann, which was established back in 2019. What happened at that point of time?
Just to
Stockmann
context for our global listeners, it's a big retail store.
Yeah, big retail store. Stockmann had forgotten the customer. We brought back the customer in the strategy. Very simply put.
And what did that involve?
Well, it changed how Stockmann looked at the clients. Generally speaking, it tried to be something for everybody, and that's a concept that doesn't work nowadays. So we went back and looked who are our customers, we classified them, and that's how the strategy of the company went finally built up.
Rita, what do you think the key components are of a whole new strategy when a company knows it really needs to turn direction, not just sharpen up the edges?
Yeah, first of all, I think that you have to interact with people like you did with Stockmann. So you went to the floor and you talk with the people.
Yes.
You need to, when you then come to closer, what is the actual strategy, you need to have a strong why. You need to turn it into a really compelling, and as Sanna said, honest story, which goes into people's minds, people's hearts, people's bones, so that they can believe it. Then you need to understand really in concrete terms on what is the impact to people. So different people groups, and then you have to very kind of persistently tell the story, tell the concrete change to people, and continue that forever, because the strategy is never ready. You have to live it in the kind of normal life, normal days, every day.
We were speaking earlier with Sanna about how she believes here in Finland there can be a tendency to stay on a path. We've said that we'll do this, we'll keep going. Do you think that is shifting, and does it need to shift?
It has to shift. So you have to, in a sense, in your route with your strategy, you have to listen, and you need to kind of elaborate all the time. And whenever you need to a little bit shift, or if needed, you need to shift totally. So if something happens, you need to really kind of make decisions as you discussed earlier.
And why do you think it's been like that for a lot?
Well, I think that transparency is the key word nowadays. You have to be yourself. You have to lead from the front, and you have to be part of the team. And I mean part of the team by walking on the floor or wherever. So you have to be capable of telling what you think and who you are.
So do you think some managers haven't been as involved at the sort of lower level, and that's why they've just kept going on in a direction without seeing what the impact is on workers or customers?
Well, I take it this way. How can you do decisions on top if you don't know what is going on the floor? That's why you need to move there, you need to meet people, you need to discuss with a lot of people to understand where we should take this company forward.
Okay, let's move on and talk a little bit more about age. Rita, you've set up the 55 Rise and Shine project, which is to try and combat age discrimination. What do you see as the main opportunities and benefits for having more older workers as part of your team?
First of all, the older workers really kind of hit my ears. Anyway, I think Laura is an...
What definition would you prefer?
I would say people with longer careers, more experienced people. Yeah, but it's a difficult, because there is always a color with each term, so people get nervous about different terms. But older is not the one I prefer.
So why do people with more experience need to be part of your team?
Well, Laura is an example. Also, we in Rise and Shine, we always want to base everything on data. Data tells us that people with more age are more motivated, committed, more productive, and so on. So this is coming from very many researches. But then, kind of in practical terms, people who have a longer career, a longer life, have more experience on business and life itself. They typically, or they at least have had a opportunity to build better networks, larger networks. They have bigger, kind of wider relationships, and they have seen ups and downs. So and they know a lot about change, and they've seen a lot of things. Therefore, they know what works and what doesn't work. Plus, they have made their mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, it all sounds obvious when you say it out loud, but when you look at the numbers, it is a struggle for some people, particularly if you're made redundant in your 50s to try and find the next phase. So what do you think can be done to combat that? How can we persuade companies not just to always pick the young, shiny graduates instead?
I think what is important is the discussion that is at the moment going on in Finland. So the visibility that age discrimination has at the moment, I think that and the facts are of course helping when we are telling people widely in media that this age is very good employees, plus the system is not anymore hindering you to hire them. So I think that the publicity for the topic is really important.
Is it a bigger problem in Finland than elsewhere?
Unfortunately, again, statistics tell that it is. So our unemployment rate for 55 plus people is 3 percentage points higher than it is for people from 35 to 44. So at the moment, yes, and we are hoping to change that.
Larry, what would you add to that? You're obviously an example of proof of what you can bring with your experience, but why do you think not all companies are recognizing that and are a bit skeptical of hiring older or more experienced workers?
Well, I think that the companies think that people, when they age, that they would not be so useful as they used to be. But that's wrong attitude. I think the companies need a vast variety of ages. That's the best bet that they can be successful. So they need both young vigor and they need old, let me call it old experience, because you have obviously gathered over the years of a lot of experience which you can use in very different situations. When you are young, you don't know what is going to happen in certain cases. When you are older, you have already seen it in many different locations and companies.
What do you think can be done to educate younger workers then, who are coming in with a lot of energy? And we know that Gen Z like to make their mark on the workplace. They want to be given a lot of responsibility early on. How can we educate them better about what older, more experienced colleagues or potential future co-workers can bring?
Besides educating them, I mean, generally speaking, and I don't go into that, what I would like to do is throw young people into cold water and see if they can swim, and normally they can. and it is so. You have to put people in very responsible positions. You have to give them opportunities to succeed, and many people succeed. That's my experience. I have done this many times.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm speaking about the young people who are perhaps maybe a bit skeptical. If they're a young CEO and they're hiring a team of people that look like them and are around their age group, rather than saying, oh, let's get our next person in who's got 30 years experience, who's very different to the rest of our team. Rita?
Well, I would say that I hope that all leaders understand the concept of diversity in kind of wide range. So an age diversity or experience diversity is one of those. And if you have diversity, you are much stronger. Also, again, research tells that diversity gives a lot of strength to the organization.
Yeah, everybody knows it, but unfortunately, it's still something that not all companies are putting into practice.
It's a bias. It's a bias that you can't in fact kind of identify in your head.
Yeah. Just moving on a bit, a kind of subtopic here in the HS Visio studio today has been happiness. So before we wrap up, I'd just like to ask what recipe or strategy brings you happiness at work? Let's start with you.
Well, I think if you set yourself targets, like you normally have to do in transitions and in many other situations, the happiness comes into that you work with people and you reach the targets, because you know that's where you get the kicks.
What about you, Rita?
I have copied it from a friend who has copied it from Range Rover, and it's one life, live it.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Lovely to have you both here in the studio. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, I've got a question for all of you at home and all of you here in the room. Raise your hand if you think you're good at persuading your colleagues to do things they're initially skeptical about. Who thinks they're good at persuading? Not that many hands. So stay tuned, because hopefully our next guest will be able to give you a few clues and tools as to how to do it. So we're going to be talking about the art of persuasion and how this connects to our main theme of courageous leadership. And our next guest has persuaded terrorists, bank robbers, and even kidnappers to do things that they initially didn't want to do. And now he's using his skills to work with corporations to teach them some of those strategies to help them solve business and communication problems. You're going to hear more from him on the main stage a little bit later as well. But please welcome Chris Voss. Welcome. All right, let's start with your elevator pitch. What can people look forward to with your speech? Why should they go and watch a little bit later on?
Oh, I'm going to ask everybody in the room to introduce themselves.
Everybody in the room to introduce themselves.
Yeah, and by then we should be done. We'll get to know each other.
Yeah. All right. Okay. But tell us a little bit. You're gonna share a little bit of your story on the main stage. But let's just talk about why you think your skills working in terror situations, hostage situations, can be relevant to people working in the paper industry or for an AI startup.
Well, everybody in the room, everybody here, everybody on Earth possesses in their head something called the limbic system, which is where emotions rely, and essentially the same limbic system that the caveman had. So what does that mean? What that means is your limbic system doesn't know the difference between being chased by a saber-toothed tiger or being yelled at by an angry spouse. So hostage negotiators, globally, collectively, learn how to calm the emotions and get people to think a little more rationally, if you will, to be more collaborative regardless of the circumstances. Because even though the title of the person that we're talking to might be terrorist, underneath they're human beings. And it becomes applicable to everything that we do.
Why did you decide that you wanted to transfer that to the corporate world, though? What was your calling? What did you think you could offer businesses?
I think the real key to peace globally is businesses that thrive and collaborate with one another. I read a book recently called The Chip Wars, which is about the development of the semiconductor industry in Southeast Asia. And there's a comment in the book that said the US military lost the war and the chip industry won the peace. So I think prosperity, people making a better living, collaborating with one another regardless of where they're from, is going to have a great global impact on the entire world.
You seem like a very calm person. You've got a calm presence. I can see how you could slowly persuade somebody around to your point of view. The other thing that you've written about
I'm working the magic on you.
Working the magic.
Yes.
The other thing you've talked about a lot is having a positive frame of mind. And that makes a lot of sense. But often when we're talking about communication issues in the workplace, people are making snap decisions. And there's also a sense with communication in the workplace that problems can fester. Things can linger,
right,
and conflict situations can go on for a long time. What can you bring to those kind of situations? How can you go in and solve deep-rooted disputes within teams?
Well, the complex situations go on for a long time because people have difficulty productively approaching conflict. Most people think of conflict or confrontation as a negative thing, and they don't want to bring additional negativity to the workplace or to any relationship. But there's a dictionary definition of confrontation that says it's a focused comparison. And most people say, oh, all right, well, if we can compare things without being attacked, then we can probably talk about it. So there's some subtle insider ways to have the confrontations in a productive manner so they turn into collaboration.
Okay. So what would be the first steps you'd take if you were entering a workplace where you see things are not working here, the communication's been broken down for a while?
Well, first of all, you just sort of call out what you might see in a non-threatening way. So if I see that people are having problems getting along, my first statement to them might be, it seems like you're under a lot of pressure. Because if people are having trouble getting along, they feel pressure. And that simple observation tends to relieve the pressure. It puts them a little more closely to collaborating. So first of all, it's just sort of recognizing where someone is and saying it in a way that shows that you see who they are and what they're going through.
And how do people tend to respond to that?
Positively.
Yeah. In a way that they might not in other situations where you are hiding the problem or brushing it under the carpet, I suppose. What about negotiating when it comes to business partners? So how do you know when you're trying to negotiate a deal, when you're trying to close a deal, when no really means no, or when you should keep pushing and keep persuading?
Well, you shouldn't push through no. You should find out what's behind the no. Oftentimes no is not yet, or there are things that I'm worried about sharing with you that I'm afraid are going to make me seem weak. So no is an indicator that there's more information to be had to make a better deal.
Okay, and how much time should you give that?
You know, the funny thing about it is trying to find out where somebody's coming from accelerates the process. And most people think that the indirect route would take longer. But counterintuitively, the more time you spend on the color of someone's emotions, the faster you get to deals. And then even more importantly, the smoother the implementation is.
Okay. Let's talk a bit about being an employee. So say you're an employee at a company and you feel that you're being discriminated against, you don't feel that you're getting the same opportunities as other colleagues. What kind of stronger communication or negotiation tactics could you employ to share that information with your manager and try and get a better deal?
You know, there's two issues. Are they doing it inadvertently or are they doing it on purpose? And if they're doing it inadvertently, the first thing to do is sort of test them, help them see it. And it might be sort of a question to the effect of, how do you expect me to do the best job that I can possibly do when I'm not communicated with in a respectful fashion? Now, that's confrontational. But it's a focused comparison. It's a how question. The word how feels very deferential. It's a way to point some bad behavior out to somebody who might be doing it inadvertently just because they don't know any better. Now, let's say that they do know better, and it is a bad workplace environment. My answer to that is always going to be as if I was your father, and you were telling me that you were in a bad relationship, and how do I make this person treat me better? My answer to you would be, find a better relationship. If you're in a toxic environment, in a poor workplace, that company's going to underperform, they're not going to do well, depending upon the country they're in. In the United States, 40% of the Fortune 500 companies fail to exist after 10 years. They have a bad culture. What does that mean if you're working someplace that has a bad culture? Your job's coming to an end eventually anyway. So the good idea is to start looking for opportunities where you are valued and go someplace where someone will support you and let you thrive.
Interesting. That's been a big theme here in the HS Visio studio over the last couple of days with reference to talent development and moving forward, living your life, being brave enough to understand that there'll be other opportunities and other companies out there. But it can be hard for people when they're trying to pay the bills, pay the mortgage.
It's very hard.
And can't necessarily see how toxic an environment is because you've just got used to it.
Right. Yeah, it's very hard.
So what would be your top tips for kind of recognizing this is not a good company culture? What would be the red flags you would look out for?
Well, first of all, you have to have a conversation with the person you work for. And then I'm going to talk a lot about empathy a little bit later. And empathy is, you got to understand how the other side sees it. And be able to say that to them. And in an employee-employer relationship, if you're willing to accept empathy, you have to understand how your boss sees employees. Now, how does your boss see an employee? No employee walks into a boss's office unless they want something for themselves. I want a raise. I want more responsibility. I want shorter working hours. So employers are conditioned to see employees as selfish. You never go into your boss's office and say, how can I help you? How can I do more while getting paid the same amount of money? How can I take more of a burden off of your shoulders without making us less profitable simultaneously? So the harsh reality is, how has your boss been conditioned? Many times when employees go in for a raise, what your boss hears you say is, I want to be paid more money and I want to do the same amount of work. Because if you ask for a raise, that's what you're asking for. More money for the same amount of work. Now, how do you change that dynamic? There's a brilliant question that I've never heard any leader of any company tell me they didn't want to hear. Walk into your boss's office and say, how can I be guaranteed to be involved in projects that are critical to the strategic future of the company? Now, when you say that, your boss hears, you're a team player. You want to make everybody's life better, starting with mine. You want to be more valuable.
And it's a more subtle way of saying that than how you phrased it the first time around. So for a lot of people, I mean, this is a time of year after the summer holidays, a lot of people are thinking about their next move and maybe wanting to negotiate better terms. So you think the key thing is to go in and be a team player and ask to be involved in critical projects rather than go in and think about how can I make my argument for having a higher
Well, that's how you make your argument. What you say and what they hear. What they hear is you want to be more valuable. And salary pays your rent, pays your bills, pays your mortgage, but it doesn't build your future. And this is a conversation with your boss about building your future.
We've got some great questions coming in for you, Chris. One of them talks about your literature. There's a lot of focus on building rapport. What are the signs to look for to understand that rapport is being built? How do you know? I'm getting through, we're gelling.
You're going to see it on their face. You're going to see it in their reactions. You're going to see it in how much they open up to you. So we have a phrase that we call listening with your eyes, or gather data with your eyes. And if you want to get really good at it, you have to start listening with your eyes before you start to speak. Because then that puts your entire brain functioning together with your message and how it's being received. And you'll get the physical feedback before they say anything. You'll know if you're building rapport.
Interesting that you bring up non-verbal communication. I'm glad someone else is raising this rather than me, but Finns aren't exactly known for chatting, and they're very happy with silence. So this person that's written in wants to say, how can you tailor your techniques to a society that's maybe a bit less communicative, less chatty?
Well, you're talking about being less verbally chatty, but there's still lots of information coming from the body and from the face. You can look at somebody's face and you can tell if they're listening to you, if they're thinking about something else, if they're distracted. Typically, if they're simply staring at you, they're actually listening. And so understand what the signs are, the physical signs that somebody's listening. And then when they do speak, if you tailor that, you're going to get a lot of information.
We mentioned earlier when to figure out when no means no, and you said it's good to give it time sometimes. But this person says, how do you gracefully throw in the towel when nothing has worked in a negotiation?
I love that question. You start with the last opportunity to snatch defeat or victory from the jaws of defeat, if you will, to paraphrase an English poet. You might say to someone, it sounds like there's nothing else I can do to make this deal. And if you've been listening up to that point in time, if you've established rapport, there's a pretty good chance that there's something you haven't thought of that they're holding back in the back of their mind. And if you've been listening up to that point in time, that's when they'll tell you. And if there isn't anything left, they'll appreciate your recognition and your respect for their position with that statement.
And I suppose potentially that helps build rapport for the next time you might be involved in negotiations.
That's exactly right.
All right, well, great to have you here on the HS Visio stage. We're looking forward to seeing you on the main stage as well. Please give it up for Chris Voss. All right, well, before Chris takes to the stage, there's actually another keynote coming up first. That is Bosima St. John, global marketing expert. She'll be there. And then after both of their keynote speeches, we'll be back here on the HS Visio Studio stage. We'll be talking about marketing, branding, and sustainability with our next round of guests. That's in around an hour and a half's time. I look forward to seeing you then. Bye-bye for now. Hi everybody, just gone 2 in the afternoon here in Helsinki. Could be that time of day where there might be a bit of a dip in energy levels, but wow, so much energy here in Helsinki right now after hearing the new theme for next year moving forward and some of the guests that are going to be speaking on the main stage next year. I'm personally really excited about Milda Mikuta from Vinted. It's going to be really interesting to hear her journey. Also Patty McCord, formerly of Netflix. So already excited about 2025. For those of you watching at home or from the office, great to have so many of you still with us. I hope you've got some snacks and a good notebook for this next session, because we're going to be talking about branding, and there's going to be a real focus on some practical tips and inspiration from our next round of speakers. We're going to be hearing from senior leaders at one of Finland's top furniture brands, and we'll also be hearing from somebody leading one of the leading automobile leasing companies with a sustainable edge, also based here in Helsinki. But before that, our next speaker, you've already seen her on the main stage talking about how she has helped to build some badass brands. Now she's here to answer some of my questions and some of your questions. Please welcome Bosimus and John. Love it. What should we do? A fist bump? You've got your microphone in your hand there. Brilliant to have you here, and great to see your energy on the main stage a little bit earlier. How does it feel for you?
Oh, great. I love being in Finland. This is fantastic.
Have you spent much time here?
No, I haven't. I just got here yesterday, and I leave tomorrow. But I will leave with a great impression because you guys made it amazing.
So Nordic Business Forum and the country have done some good branding.
Amazing branding.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about internal communications. We've talked a bit about building external brands, but obviously a lot of branding comes from within.
Yeah.
How do you make sure that employees become a brand's best ambassador?
Oh, yes. Okay. So here's the thing. Again, I've had some experiences that would help me to understand this, right? I gave the example on the main stage of working at Uber. And at the time when I got to the company, there was such friction, not just externally, but internally, that employees didn't want to wear their Uber shirt to the grocery store. When they would go to a dinner party or a cocktail party and somebody said, "Oh, where do you work?" they would lie. They wouldn't say they worked at Uber. Can you imagine? Yes, you can imagine, because at the time it was so bad. And so coming in as a chief brand officer, my job wasn't just to work on the external brand of the company, but the internal brand of the company, to make people feel proud of what the company stood for, or what we did. Now, of course, that becomes a challenge if you can't manage the external brand, because I think those two things are so tightly knit. It's like, are your brand values communicated in a way that make people feel like, oh, this is a company that I can stand behind. I can say they're doing the right thing. If your company can't say that, your employees are certainly not going to say that. And sometimes I find that there are two ways to talk about the company values and vision, right? To the external audience, it has to become pointed and, commercial and fun and, just something that people can take away in bite-sized pieces. You have much more time with your employees to explain what the company vision is, to have really deep discussions about why you do the things that you do. I think it's extraordinarily important, this is about evolution of brand, is that in today's day and age, we have to, as leaders, be that much more communicative with our employees about why we make decisions we make, why we're doing the thing that we're doing. You might not think as a leader that you have to do that because it's like, oh, well, it's my job to make the decision and then they need to follow it. But no, not in today's time. You have to be able to explain why it is that you're doing something. Now, it doesn't mean that everybody needs to agree with you, but they need to at least be able to understand it and then explain it. Because what happens when they go outside and they're at a dinner party or they're at the grocery store and they're wearing the company name on their t-shirt, somebody is going to ask them a question and they need to be able to answer it well.
So what did you want people to be saying when people found out that they work for Uber?
Well, I wanted them to be proud of the technology that the company was creating. I wanted them to be proud of the fact that it was the first of its kind and that it was creating new ways for people to get around safely And so for me, it was like really trying to not just externally get people to trust the company, but for employees to understand why we did the things that we did in order to build trust.
So you've just given us two very clear examples of why it's so important to invest in communication and marketing, both for the external public and for the internal employees to help grow the brand by what they communicate. But as we've seen in a tough global economy, it's very often communication and marketing teams that are first to have their budgets slashed. How has that affected you when you've been working for brands, and why do you think companies should prioritize these areas of the business?
Well, clearly I'm biased. I mean, I always find it so wild that it's like the marketing and communications parts that are cut first, because again, I cannot say it enough, which is that when your company is in trouble, it is your brand that people are going to depend on, nothing else. It's like the challenge is that in every business, there are competitors, right? So when you think that it's simply because your product works that is going to make a customer like you better, that is the wrong way to associate. Because honestly, what happens is that there are enough similarities between you and your competitor, because everything that we do in the world now has decreased in terms of the market share and the ways in which we communicate, that if there are not other reasons for them to love you, and again, I use the word love, not even like, not just respect, not just appreciate, but love you, then there's no way for them to stick with you when either the market gets really tough and they have to make a decision based on price, or you do something wrong and they have to forgive you. You know, like I was saying this earlier in another conversation, that, you know, the idea of brand marketing is actually an illogical part of the business, right? Because we talk about love. Has anyone here ever been in love? For the people who didn't say they've been in love, I'm sorry, okay? If you've ever been in love, you realize that it kind of is illogical. You fell in love with somebody for X number of reasons, right? They did this, they did that, they are this, they are that, they are that. And then the illogical kicked in, where now it's like, oh, everything that they do is so fantastic. Then have you ever fallen out of love with that person? Okay? What happens when you fall out of love? All of a sudden, you look back and you're like, oh, I hated that thing they did. You know, it wasn't even cute. I don't even know why I liked it then. This is what happens to your brand. It's like the point of marketing and communications is to make your customer and your audience love you for illogical reasons. That way, when you're doing the dumb things that they don't like, they will still love you enough to ride with your company.
Okay. Great persuasion skills there. So say all of the business leaders here are thinking, right, I'm gonna reinvest in my branding and communications team. We've got a bit more money now. We're coming back from the global economic issues going on. What qualities should recruiters look for in the marketeers and communications experts of the future?
The qualities for the executives who are going to be doing the job?
Either the execs or the new talent coming in. What do you need in your communications teams right now?
The number one attribute, and again, this is so funny because you think I would say education or something, but the number one attribute you need a good marketer or communication person is curiosity. You know, those executives have to be the most curious in the building about people, about the world. They have to, when you ask them what's going on in the world today, they better know. And if they don't, you should fire them. But in any case, my point is that the idea that a person who is communicating your product or service doesn't know what is going on in the world, doesn't know what's going on with people, it means that the message they're trying to send will fail because they don't have context. So it's like anything else. If I don't know anything about you, I don't know where you came from, if you're married or not, if you have kids or not, if you're from Finland or not, and I'm trying to communicate something to you, and I miss the mark because I assume that you're married, you have kids, and you're from Finland.
All wrong.
Well, there you go. I would have failed immediately. And so the number one attribute of a great marketer is curiosity about people.
And asking the questions,
yes,
as you just did.
Yes.
We've got some great questions coming in, by the way, from our audience, so I'm going to dive into some of those. This person says, what can we do when employees don't buy in the business that the company's running?
Well, why are they employed?
That's what I was thinking that as well. Maybe we should be persuading them to move on. But should you be persuading them to move on? Is that the answer?
Yes. Your employees should be your evangelists. You know, they should be the ones who are most sold by your product or service. If they're not, you are doing something wrong. And so for me, it's like, if your employees don't like the thing that you're doing, they shouldn't have a job, first of all. And then secondly, if they are there and you find that all of them, or a majority of them, don't believe in the product or service, then you are doing something wrong. And so there should be a way that you communicate so that they become your biggest evangelists.
Yeah. Great stuff. One of the other questions we're getting is when and where will recordings of the HS Visio Live Studio be available? They'll be available soon, and they're available on YouTube. So if anyone's leaving early and missing some of the sessions, you can catch them all there. Question here from someone who's decided not to be anonymous. That's nice and rare, but cool. Hi to Mark. He says, did Uber fix behind branding the real issues? Can branding override bad business practices?
No. You can't put a Band-Aid on a bleeding wound. You know, you just can't. And so my job would have been impossible to do, or let me just put it this way, you can, but it only lasts temporarily, right? Before it's like, woof, everything gushes out. And so the only way to have sustainable, great brands is by fixing the problem. So the answer to the question is yes.
Okay.
But the challenge in the job was that I had to do it simultaneously. So it was like the issues with the company were happening, and I had to communicate that they were going to happen. So I had to convince people that, don't worry, this problem is going to be solved while it was being solved, not afterwards.
Yeah, and get them to still believe in you along the way.
Yeah.
Interesting question here from Christine. She says, oh, sorry, that was a different one. My screen's just frozen. Let's move on to some more of my questions.
Okay.
Here it is. How many love affairs can one person have? Is it realistic to expect people to love your brand when there are so many brands in our lives?
Yes. Yes. How many love affairs? So many. I mean, look, we could just name like 10 categories. And if I went around and asked everybody who's watching here in person or who is watching us on the live stream, we would be able to name a brand in the category that you love better than everything else. If I said phone, you'd be able to decide. If I said shoes, you'd be able to say. If I said a brand of clothing, you would say. If I said airline company, you would say. If I said car, you would say. If I said grocery store, you would say. There are so many brands and so many industries, so many avenues that we make daily decisions about, and we fall in love and we stay in love if the company keeps us in love. And so my point is not that there are so many different places to be, but the fact that we as human beings and as consumers have the capacity to fall in love with so many different types of companies. The point of our job is to make sure you fall in love with ours.
Great stuff. Some other aspects of brands that companies increasingly know they need to communicate. So we focus on sustainability, we focus on diversity, we focus on social issues. But there is also a knowledge that a lot of companies that do that are doing it to prove a point rather than actually doing it behind the scenes.
Yeah.
What are your top tips on how to communicate those messages authentically?
Well, I mean, again, this is the point of the issue, which is that, you know, there's only two ways to get it wrong. One is if you're doing the work and you don't say anything about it. It's as good as not doing the work, you know? And then the other bad thing is to say you're doing it and then not doing it. Those are the only two bad ways. And so, again, for me, I think that companies in today's age, for sure, you have to be disciplined about what is the main mode of conversation that you want to have with your customer in telling them what you are doing. So you have to be disciplined in that. You have to choose something. You can't be everything. And so you have to choose something and then stick with it. But there is an opportunity for evolution. So you can say, okay, today it's sustainability, okay? And we work on sustainability. We build a foundation of sustainability so people trust us on sustainability. And then you evolve the conversation in a little bit to include something else or a particular area of sustainability that you think is going to be more impactful. That is the way that you do it. You don't just cut and say, okay, sustainability, done, we're finished. Now on to the next thing in a year.
So that is how you change.
Yes, you do incremental change over time and not all at once.
We could talk for hours, but I'm afraid we've got more guests waiting in the wings. Thanks so much for joining us, boss. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right. Safe journey home. All right, we're going to continue talking about branding with the CEO of one of the biggest furniture brands in the Nordics, beginning with the letter I. Probably not the one you're thinking of from Sweden, but the Finnish brand Isku, which has actually been around way longer, since 1928. And this company's recently been rebranding to target not only home consumers, but also offices and other workspaces. So let's find out a little bit about their journey and what we can learn from their branding story. Please welcome Mikko Hämäläinen. So, Mikko Hämäläinen, you have only been CEO, I think, if I'm right, since January this year, so relatively new in the role. So, what have been the key elements of the company's branding strategy since you took over?
A very good question. Been thinking about this, of course, a lot lately. As amazing Bozoma St. John, by the way, said in her earlier speech, was that she has always been curious about people. Curious about customers, and I think the first thing has been that we have been really trying to understand who our audience is. By the way, audience is on the move all the time because of course you have different audience, but their thinking and their needs and wants change as well. And for example, in our case, we might have but we are a global company that many don't know. 8 country business units. We do private school projects in 15 countries every year, for example. And our customer in Malaysia, who is building a school, their wants and needs are a lot different from an office in Netherlands or a home consumer in Helsinki. So we have a lot of audiences, and this has of course been a bit of challenging to understand. And how could we actually then, when we come to the second part, story, and telling the story, how can we form something simple that speaks to all of the customers?
So what's informed your strategy to target more of these workplace environments like schools and offices rather than just the home?
Well, of course, when you are a student or you work somewhere, the demands are higher and higher all the time. It's very important that the environment, the space you work at or you study at, it supports your performance and high performance. But we cannot highly perform every day, 24 hours a day. And then when you go home, you need a place to recharge. So the needs are very different from the office or school or the home customers.
So different challenges, but a realization that it's worth pitching different products to these different groups.
Yes, and solutions, and not only products, but also like a wider space. Our slogan now that we came out, actually first time yesterday, with is every space matters. So we talk about the space, not the products itself. It's a much wider concept.
And you mentioned all these different audiences. How do you integrate feedback from these audiences and customers into your strategy?
Yeah, well, of course, you do surveys and so on, but something I always tell everyone is that you need to go out. Don't only look out, because if you only look out, you're still on the inside. You have to just go out and talk to the customers and different stakeholders that you have. And you have to do that a lot. And gladly, we have many employees, salespeople, and other people, so we have been able to do this work. But if you can't, then you can just hire a company to do that for you.
Let's talk a little bit about brand heritage. So Isku's had a long-standing history. I mentioned 1928, I think is when it launched. How do you leverage the brand's heritage with this need for modernization and developing a new image? How do you make sure the two can coexist?
Yeah, Isku is a 96-year-old company, so we're turning 100 in 4 years. That's true. Still a family-owned company. and in both B2C and B2B businesses. B2B business is over 70% of our revenue. The sustainability actions have been amazing for decades already. So this is the heritage part. But I think that's the core. And you have to keep the core there. And actually, this is the strength. But it's not enough only to have the core and the strength as a strength. You need to understand these movements of your audience, what they want, what they need, and you have to create services and, of course, your story based on that as well. But you keep the heritage with you all the time.
Let's talk a bit about sustainability. We heard earlier from Boss about if you are wanting to focus in on that being a core part of your business, grow things incrementally. Tell us a little bit about what's been going on within your company. How have you tried to really embrace this issue in a way that doesn't mean greenwashing?
Also a very good question. As I said, our family as owners, nature has always been very close to their heart. And like I said, there has been sustainability actions for decades. We are actually we have very concrete ways of doing this. For example, we have like a solar panel park on the plot of our factory, and 6 to 7 months a year, the electricity comes from solar power. And the factory itself, we circulate so much that we don't really get much waste out of that. And actually next year, we have an ambitious target, but I think we'll get there, that the whole production will be carbon neutral next year.
2025 already?
Yes.
Wow, that's a
factory.
That's a strong measurable goal.
Yeah, it is. 26 scope 1 and 2 carbon neutral, and by 2030 also scope 3. I think if we are really good at this, we can make it by 28 when the company turns 100. But that's the current goal.
And if it works, presumably that's part of the branding strategy to prove
of course,
where you've come from in 100 years. But it is ambitious.
It is.
What about ethical sourcing within your supply chain? How do you work on that basis?
This is also something we are very interested in, that the sources are sustainable. Over 75% of our sourcing actually comes from the EU area. Mostly in Finland, actually. Sorry, 75 from Finland, 99% from EU area. Only 1% from elsewhere. But our code of conduct is very strict, and we have continuous discussions with our suppliers. But when you supply near, you're more certain that it is also ethical, and all the sustainability matters are taken.
Okay, well, some great
seriously.
branding in breaking down some of those complex concepts and how you're measuring things. But I do just want to talk about some of the challenges. Have you ever made any mistakes when it comes to branding, both within the current company or in the past? And just tell us a little bit about that, what you've learned from it.
Yeah, well, I think a good example is that now that we are here in Nordic Business Forum, promoting our B2B business, which I said is over 70% of our revenue, 8 country business units, still very many people in Finland, they think that we are only a consumer furniture company. Of course, we are that as well. But it's very important that our audience, who might be our office or school or hospital or other public space customers, that they know what we do. And that's what we are promoting here. But it's a challenge. I think the reason is that us humans, maybe not everyone, but at least me, we like to put things in boxes.
Yeah.
And if your heritage is, and you have been doing like B2C business for a long time, it's very difficult to tell that, hey, I'm also doing this. But this is also for an employee or whoever who has done something for a long time. If you are as good a doctor as you're a pilot, for example, but people know that you're a doctor, they might not believe that you're a a pilot. And I think all the companies who have both B2C and B2B businesses are struggling with the same thing. Mobile operators, Posti was just launching their rebranding back to Posti. But for example, the Posti as a company, they have a big B2B business. But people don't associate Posti to that. They think just only shipping letters and bills.
Yeah, really interesting to talk about those challenges and not just how they affect you, but they can be widespread for other businesses as well. We've got some good questions coming in. This one says that what would it take for Isku to be the next IKEA? And I guess, is that your goal?
Next IKEA.
Well, IKEA, as we say over here.
Yeah, of course. Well, first of all, we would want to be the next IKEA, but I don't think we want to do that. We have very different approach, but of course, if you're talking about growing and scaling the business, that's of course interesting. But it requires hard work.
But is your ambition to spread more globally?
It is, of course.
Another quick last question from somebody who says they like the slogan, "Every space matters" is a great slogan. Is that a leading idea also for your product innovation work from this day forward?
It is, and it will be. That's a very good question. We want all of our employees to think about our customers and the spaces they live or work or study at. And this will, for sure, widen our offering. And what I have been telling our people and will tell every single time we talk is that we need to look up. Don't only look at the furniture.
Yeah.
But we just need to look up.
Okay, so how that integrates with the wider space, the building, the people. Yeah. I mean, look at a space like this. It's developed every year. I think 6 years I've been coming here, and every year there's tweaks which makes the space better, cozier, more accessible, and makes you feel better. So really interesting perspective on that. It's not just the furniture, but the whole package. All right, really interesting to have you here. Mika Hamalainen, thanks for joining us here on the HS Visio Live stage.
Thank you.
So many great practical tips from our guests here in the studio in this session. And let's tell you about our next guest. So we're going to be talking a bit about how a company's purpose aligns with branding and sustainability goals. He is the founder and executive chair of the Finnish car leasing company Secto Automotive, which is a big advocate for fossil-free driving. Please welcome Matthias Henkola. Hey, good to see you. All right, we've had some brilliant guests talking about branding this afternoon, and we've touched a little bit on greenwashing and sustainability and how to make that a core part of your brand, which is something that you've very much strived to do at Secto. So let's just talk a little bit about purpose. Why is it so important to you to lead a company with a big purpose, and how did you figure out how to define that purpose?
I think just first and foremost, I think if purpose isn't clear, it's really hard to get people, working towards the same goal. And also, if you want the best people, the team players and the people that can actually produce results, they need a purpose in life, and they also need a purpose, in the company. So you have to be really good at describing what you're actually doing.
So summarize your purpose then, and how sustainability shapes your goals.
Yeah, we have a really bold statement. Our statement is that we're going to save the car by making it sustainable. And we're from Finland. We are the third biggest car owner in this country, but still, on a global scale, we're quite small. But our kind of the rationale behind it is that every second car globally is sold to a company like ours. And we're actually taking market share quite nicely. So we're competing quite well against our global players. And I believe that if we are able to take market share from the global players and in that way influence every second car which will be sold, that makes a difference.
Is there anything about the Finnish heritage, the Finnish brand, that makes you think that that will help you with your journey growing globally?
Sorry.
Is there anything about the Finnish brand,
Finnish brand.
Or the country that you think will help you as you grow globally?
Yeah, I think for sure we're on a mission to go globally. Or we're looking at becoming a Nordic powerhouse first before conquering the world. But I definitely think that kind of like the Finnish mindset is something that works abroad as well. I work quite a lot in different countries in Europe. And what's also always what I felt that Finns are seen to be quite frank, honest, dependent. You can depend on if a Finn says something, usually you can count on it. So I definitely think that's also something, some of the things which we can take on a global scale and use it to our advantage.
So hopefully people would take for granted that you're not greenwashing with some of your messaging.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you're a company like us that has a purpose which is surrounded about sustainability and changing something for the better, you have to be really careful, about not, having these kind of gray areas, or if or when every company has gray areas, you have to be really transparent about it.
So what targets do you have, and how do you measure them?
In which sense?
When it comes to meeting your sustainability goals?
So for us, the first and foremost thing is of course our customers' car fleets. So how do we reduce the emissions? And how we actually work is it's our core KPI, both for us as well as for our customers. So what our customers really want to know is what are the costs, what are the emissions, and how happy are the users. So we have a joint KPI with our customers where we follow up these things. And we see what's the current situation and how we'll progress into the future. And these KPIs are actually the biggest KPIs for ourselves when it comes to sustainability.
I understand you've got a new main owner and co-investor. Tell us a little bit about that and how that might influence your business and branding strategy moving forward.
Yeah, so we actually we're in the middle of, or we're between signing and closing at the moment. So we're waiting for the competition authorities to give a green light so we can close. But so Hartwall Capital is our new majority owner, and I work as a co-investor with them. What I see that how it will change the way we can work in the coming years is that it's a private equity company, but they invest out of their own balance sheet. So we have a lot more leverage in terms of where we can go and how fast. So definitely for our global or Nordic expansion, it helps out quite a lot that you have the flexibility in there.
Another part of your branding strategy has been your sponsorship choices. So tell us a little bit about that. I know that actually you've been sponsoring rallies, for instance, which might not be seen as an obvious choice of location.
Yeah, exactly. So we became the title sponsor of Sector Rally Finland in 2021 when Neste Oil stopped after 25 years because from their perspective it wasn't sustainable. Or actually, I haven't ever talked to anyone about it. Maybe we have someone here in the audience that can come and correct me of the rationale behind it. But we decided to join because they started to use e-fuels. So basically, it's fuel which is made from green hydrogen and also plug-in hybrid cars. So we saw it as an opportunity to talk about sustainability in a surprising way. Because as you said, the historic sense for rallying is that it's polluting and it's dirty and all of these things. But on the other hand, what I also think is really important that talking about sustainability is quite polarizing. Or when you go back a few years, it was more or less you have to do this and you have to do that. And I don't think that we as human beings really work that way. I think we're more open to suggestion than to being forced into something. And through the sponsorship for something that's been quite historically not sustainable in the automotive industry, we have got a lot of people on board with our sustainable mission, kind of like by mistake. So it's been quite good.
Yeah. In a general sense, how significant do you think the switch to fossil-free fuel and hybrid units in the rally car is races is for the automotive industry in general? How much crossover do you think there is in terms of influencing consumers and behaviors?
Historically, motorsport has been kind of like the proving ground or the innovation ground for the automotive sector, and it works, kind of like the testing division for big car companies. And I definitely think that sustainability has its part in motorsport as well. So you can test out different kind of solutions. For instance, I know that we had lots of discussions during the last 2-3 years with tire manufacturers that probably not many people know about it, but to manufacture one tire, it takes 20 liters of crude oil. So there's a lot of oil going into the tires, and it doesn't matter if it's a diesel or if it's an electric vehicle, you still need the tires. And now Michelin just announced that they're going to make a recyclable tire which is using less crude. So I think there's small steps.
Really interesting developments, but you raise the very valuable point that comes up every time there's a sustainability discussion, which is you can get X and Y right, but if Z is still an element or a component that is linked to a lot of emissions, then you're not able to be completely carbon neutral. But interesting to see, there's also been electronic snowmobiles, boats. We're seeing a lot of development in other areas of transport, which I think are also inspired by the developments in the automotive industry. The wider theme of this conference is courageous leadership. So how much do you think brands should be courageous and open when it comes to admitting their mistakes, especially around sustainability? Because a lot of companies know that they haven't done sustainability as well as they could have done until now.
I think 100% transparency is always the best thing. If you don't have anything else to say, you can always tell the truth. It's quite easy, and it also shows that it's not about that we are all doing a perfect job today. It's more or less that we're trying to take steps into the right direction, and if you're not open or if you're not willing to tell what kind of mistakes you have made, it's quite hard to make a push forward.
Do you have any good examples of brands that have been transparent that you've been following?
Not anything that comes to mind at this point.
We have another question coming in. I mentioned how decarbonising in the automotive car industry is spreading to other transportation industries, but this person points out that there are also other big brands like Volvo, which have been postponing some of their sustainability commitments. I can't verify that, but it looks like they want to stay in Germany. We've also seen some governments in the Nordics regaling on some of their sustainability promises of previous governments. Against this background, are you optimistic, or do you feel that there's a bit of a pushback after the last few years where sustainability has been at the forefront?
No, I think I'm optimistic, and what I think the mistake that we made was that we were serving solutions. From if you just look at the science, we should all be driving electric vehicles. But the fact is that we have 1.5 billion cars on the road, and we have a fueling network, and we have a lot of things in place, and we can't just all go out and buy new cars today.
And there's also an argument for not doing that, because actually the process of making these new cars creates emissions, whereas if you look at some of the data, it can be worth driving some of the existing cars until they fall apart. So it's a really complicated issue.
Yeah, exactly. I think the most important thing is that we have to do small steps in the right direction from all parties. So it shouldn't be as black and white, that Volvo is backing out. I think they have a genuine sustainability agenda, but it's hard, when politicians are setting the terms. So I think that's the problem.
Yeah, so final question. How much involvement, how much collaboration do you want there to be between politicians and businesses? Where do you think the majority of the action should be coming from? Should it be coming from business, or should it be coming from politics and non-profits?
I think it's a 50-50 match. So for sure there should be structure. The problem that we have is we live in a global society, and we can't have all of the regulations globally on the same scale. So it also, I think it's down to us as consumers of whose services and products we want to use. So I think we need to do both.
Yeah, it's complex, but thank you very much for joining us. Matthias Henkeler.
All right.
Thank you. All right, well, that is it for now from the HS Visio Live Studio. Some of this event's very biggest guests are waiting backstage to take to the main stage. Authors Kim Scott and Brené Brown. And Kim will be here in about 90 minutes answering your questions. So do make the most of taking the time to send some of those in. And I'll be back with her and some final reflections on courageous leadership then. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the HS Visio Live Studio, and I can't believe I'm saying this. We are down to our final 2 guests of this event. We have had so many interesting speakers on the stage over the past few days, taking us through themes from customer experience, quantum computing, sustainability, talent development, and our overarching theme of courageous leadership. And we're going to be continuing that with our penultimate speaker of the day. Many of you will have already seen her on the main stage, but for those of you who didn't, her background is working as an author and a CEO coach, and she's going to be sharing some of her learnings with us here today. Please welcome Kim Scott. Hi. Awesome to have you here with us to help wrap things up. For our audience watching at home or from the office, or anyone who missed you on stage, just give us a bit of a summary. Your core concept, radical candor, what does it mean?
Sure. So the easiest way to think about radical candor is a 2x2 framework. So on the vertical axis is care personally. On the horizontal axis is challenge directly. When you both care and challenge, it's radical candor. When you challenge, but you forget to show you care, it's obnoxious aggression, also known as the asshole quadrant. And when you do neither, you wind up in manipulative insincerity, the worst place of all. But the most common mistake that we make is ruinous empathy, which is what happens when you do show that you care personally, but you're so worried about not hurting someone's feelings or not offending them that you failed to tell them something they'd be better off knowing in the long run. So that's ruinous empathy. So that's radical candor in a nutshell. Starts with soliciting it, then you've got to give praise, then you've got to give criticism, and last but not least, you need to gauge how what you're saying is landing.
So it's a real balancing act. Can you give us perhaps one of your favorite examples of where this has been put into action and had a real impact?
Yeah, well, I'll give you an example about a time when I failed to put it into action. How about we learn more from failure than success? I had just hired this guy, we'll call him Bob, and I liked Bob a lot. He was smart, charming, funny, and yet he was doing terrible work. And so I didn't tell him that I didn't want to hurt his feelings. That's the ruinous empathy part. And I also was afraid that if I told him in no uncertain terms that he wasn't doing good enough work, that he would get upset. Maybe he would start to cry. Then everybody else would think I was you-know-what. And so that was the manipulative insincerity part, the part of me that was worried about my reputation as a leader. This goes on for months and months, and eventually the inevitable happens. And I realized people are going to start quitting. Everybody's frustrated. Not only have I been unfair to him not to tell him, I've been unfair to the whole team. And when I finally did explain to him where things stood, he pushed his chair back from the table. He looked me right in the eye and he said, "Why didn't you tell me?" And as that question was going around in my head with no good answer, he looked at me again. "Why didn't anyone tell me? I thought you all cared about me." And those are the moments. Every leader I've ever worked with has had a moment like that. Those are the moments that are so painful. It was hard for me, worse for Bob, bad for the whole team, and bad for our investors because we weren't getting results. So that's an example of what not to do.
So how much harder is it to have this real honesty with somebody that's a popular and well-liked person on the team versus someone that people don't really click with outside of work?
They're both hard. They're both really hard. They're hard for different reasons. And it's interesting. The more you care about someone, the more aware you are of how they're going to feel when you tell them the thing. So that creates difficulty. But if you don't care about them at all, it creates a different kind of difficulty.
Yeah.
So it's never easy, and it's never instinctive. I mean, the reason why I wrote Radical Candor is that I struggled with it so much. It was my instinct to try to pave over people's feelings, to try to be quote unquote nice. And I think if everybody can think about what's that moment in their lives when they failed to tell the person the thing and it had really bad consequences over time. And this happens in our friendships. Sometimes I'll give a radical candor talk and someone will come up to me afterwards and they'll say, if I'd heard this 5 years ago, I wouldn't be divorced right now. Like it happens in our relationships at home. So if you think about that time in your life when you failed to say the thing and it had much worse consequences than saying the thing would have, that is what will help you realize it's kinder in the long run to say it than not to say it.
Yeah, really interesting perspective. Jack Welch, the late US business executive, he was a very popular guest at Nordic Business Forum back in 2013, and he had a similar approach. His take really was that the employer owes the employee honesty and needs to make sure that if they're unhappy with the employee's work, it doesn't come as a surprise. And it sounds like you'd very much agree with that.
I'm not going to say I agree with Jack Welch's approach necessarily. I do agree with candor, but I think Jack Welch wasn't known for a lot of care personally. He was known for a lot of challenge directly, and I do think you owe the challenge directly to your employees. But I think there's a wonderful book I'll recommend to people. It's called The Man Who Broke Capitalism. Check it out. Enough said.
All right, okay. So it's about how you package that honesty.
Not just package it. It's really about creating, I think as a leader, we don't spend enough time thinking about what leaders do. So I'm gonna paint a picture for you for what leaders do. The first thing leaders need to do is they need to stay centered. There's a circle at the center of your wheel of leadership, and it's you. And if you can't stay centered, then the wheel does not spin very fast. One time I had a HBS, a business school friend of mine, come and he said, I really want to be a CEO. Can you introduce me? And I said, well, there's a great job being a COO. Would you like? And he said, no, I don't want to do that job because if I'm the CEO, then other people have to deal with my neuroses. If I'm the number 2, and I'm like, nope. That's just you've got to deal with your own neuroses. You don't get to project your neurosis onto your organization. Emotional dysregulation is not a leadership attribute. So you need to stay centered on yourself. Then you need to build relationships with each of your direct reports. In Silicon Valley, there's this notion of founder mode where you just get to be a one-person show. And let's be honest, a one-man show. I think that's a bunch of BS. Your next job is to build relationships with each of your direct reports and build a culture. That's where your culture comes from. Then the third concentric circle is your responsibilities. And what do managers do? They create a culture of feedback, they build high-performing teams, all in the service of getting results. And if you think you can do those 3 things without building good relationships with each of your direct reports, you're kidding yourself. And then the last thing that leaders do is they create a culture. But how do they create a culture? It comes from the interaction of how they fulfill their responsibilities and the relationships that they have. So I think it's really important to stay focused on what do you want to be a leader or do you want to do the things that leaders do? And if you don't want to do the things that leaders do, don't become a leader.
Fascinating. Just speaking about some of those interactions, Brene Brown raised earlier that a lot of big companies, particularly tech companies, are asking their staff to come back into the office. But here in the Nordics, there's still quite a lot of hybrid working, still quite a lot of virtual working. How much harder is it to have those conversations of radical candor when you're doing it from a screen versus in a room?
It's hard in different ways in both cases. I think, and part of the reason why it's hard, there's really interesting research coming out of the University of Chicago that has demonstrated that there may be more noise than signal in facial expressions and body language, both in person and on the screen. And so my recommendation is if you are gonna be in person, don't sit across the table from someone and have these conversations. Take a walk. There's something psychologically healthy about walking in the same direction. If you are virtual, Do not actually have these conversations over video. Pick up the phone and call the person. When you're having a phone call, you're much more likely to listen to the words the person is saying rather than trying to guess what the person is thinking based on their facial expression. I will tell you a secret. If I'm working with you and I start to tear up, it does not mean that I'm sad. It means that I'm furious, but you may not understand that, right? And so I think it's really important that when we're in a virtual situation, that we listen to words by using the right technology, but also when we're in person, that we focus on using the right mode of in-person communication and having those walking in the same direction. So I think whether you're in person or virtual, you need to be very conscious of how you are communicating with people and creating the space. I think the best radical candor that I've ever gotten in my career has happened in these impromptu 2-minute conversations. And the difficulty in having those conversations is actually similar whether you're in person or virtually. The difficulty is, if I'm in person, I don't want to walk up and say at the end of the meeting, will you walk back to my office with me, or do you want to go get a cup of coffee? Because pretty soon, that's going to become known as the cappuccino of doom, and for the same reason, if I notice somebody doing something wrong on a call virtually, I don't want to send them a text right away and say, can I call you after the meeting? So what I try to do, whether I'm in person or in a virtual situation, is text the person at the end of the meeting. And if I'm in person, let's walk together. If it's virtual, let's pick up the phone. So it's really the similar kinds. It's about being aware. It's about radical candor. I think it's fast, it's free. It just takes enormous emotional discipline. And that is true in person, and it's true virtually.
Really great practical advice there. We've got quite a few questions for you, Kim. This one says, can you do radical candor to your supervisor or someone above you without being fired in the process?
Yes. Radical candor works the same, in theory, up, down, sideways, and at home. So wherever, it's about a human relationship. So how can you speak truth to power without blowing up your career? Because it does, I want to acknowledge, for a lot of people, it feels much scarier to be radically candid with their boss than it does with their employee. But one of the interesting things that I've discovered in my coaching practice is that everybody has a different level. There are some people who find it easy to be radically candid with their boss, but much harder to be radically candid with their team. There are some people who struggle the most sideways, who find it really hard to be radically candid with their peers. So I want to acknowledge that. What are the things that you can do to make it safe, regardless of where you are in the hierarchy? Follow that order of operations. Solicit feedback before you give it. You want to know what the other person is thinking. Give praise, give more, express gratitude, especially if it's your boss, not because you want to kiss up. I think there's a special place in hell for people who kiss up and kick down. But you can express gratitude to your boss. Often your boss may not know what they're doing right, what they're doing that helps you, and it's useful to tell them, so they'll do more of it. For the same reason, it's useful for them to tell you. And then you want to make sure that when your boss does something that really upsets you, that you don't hold it in, because then they're going to do it again, and you're going to be more mad, and then they're going to do it a third time, and you're going to be even more mad. And by the 10th time they do the same thing that's been bothering you for the last 3 months, you explode. At least I do this. And maybe I don't say it in the best possible way. So a stitch in time takes 9. Say it early. And gauge, when you say it, gauge how your boss is feeling. And remember, sometimes your boss may be sad, sometimes your boss may be mad. And in either one of those cases, it's your cue to show your boss that you care about them. Other times, your boss will just brush you off. And that's your cue to move out further than you may be comfortable going on the challenge directly dimension. So in theory, it's the same up, down, and sideways. In reality, it can feel very different. One time I gave a talk and I got on a plane and I got a text from someone and he said, tried radical candor on my boss, got fired. And I'm like, oh no, I'm so sorry. You know, I know a lot of people. Can I help you find a job? And this person said, actually, I'm better off. I already got another job. Thank you. So you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and sometimes it proves you're not in the right organization
Yes.
if things aren't taken in that in the right way.
If your boss, if you try radical candor with your boss and they won't accept it, my next bit of advice is polish up the old resume and start looking for another boss.
Kim, what a pleasure to have you here with us. Thanks for all the practical advice, and hopefully we'll see you again another time at Nordic Business Forum.
I would love it. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, finally time for our final guest here at Nordic Business Forum at 2024 on the HS Visio Live stage. And really, we're going to be wrapping up the last couple of days, thinking about some of the key learnings that we've had from here and what we can take away as we head home from the event here in Helsinki, or shut down our laptops wherever you're watching from on the live stream. So he's an entrepreneur. He owns multiple businesses here in Finland. He's also a restaurateur and an established author, and he's even an ice hockey player, a man of many talents, and he's also a board member here at Nordic Business Forum. Please give it up for Saku Tuominen.
Hello.
Hello. We've talked quite a bit about notebooks over the last couple of days, how important it is when there's such an information overload from so many inspiring speakers to jot down your comments. And I think yours is the most fetching I've seen, bright yellow.
But it's an interesting one because I stopped making notes 5 years ago. And this is the only seminar I'm making some notes. So that's why I'm having, and I'm also an old guy. So if you're asking something about what happened during the 2 days, I might need my note.
You need to remember.
Exactly.
Well, you're right. There's certain events where it's worth going back to those old habits. So let's talk a little bit about some of the takeaways from Nordic Business Forum. Let's start with yesterday, day one. Any speaker highlights or takeaway highlights from the discussions here?
Well, first of all, is that how I'm approaching Nordic Business Forum is that it's not only about the speakers. For me, it's a masterclass on event production. So I'm analyzing entrance, I'm analyzing food, and analyzing people, volunteers. For example, this morning it was raining, and they come with the umbrella and so on. Then I'm analyzing the content of the speech, and then I'm analyzing the delivery of the speech and so on. So there's so many takeaways in an event like that. But for example, yesterday, I think that this was my 11th NBF. And content-wise, I think that it was close to the best one. I was really impressed with the quality, both on yesterday and today. But for example, yesterday, I loved Liz Wiseman, was super good, super kind of like the basic thinking she was having, really great. The ending with Vilkku Idara, excellent one, and so on. So I was really impressed with yesterday.
Yeah, I really enjoyed hearing from Will Guidara as well. And if you missed his live stream interview here in the HS Visio stage, that's going to be available on YouTube shortly. And also Margaret Heffernan, she talked about the concept of willful blindness, why we can keep going in certain directions without taking action, without calling people out.
Actually.
I thought that was a really important talk and some messages that we can all take away.
Yeah, and I adore the concept of willful blindness by Margaret. It's a beautiful concept, and actually I met her yesterday and I said that that's been a meaningful concept for me, the willful blindness.
Yeah, really, really interesting stuff. And what about today? We kicked off the day talking about happiness, whether Finland really is the happiest country, what we can learn from Finland. Did you get to catch that discussion?
We Finns, we are kind of like really odd people, because I would say that practically all the countries in the world would be proud if they are selected to be the happiest country in the world. We are slightly ashamed, so we are saying that, well, that's not really correct and so on. But I think that in Finland, happiness is a combination of so many things, because it's your mental state, but it's the freedom, it's the nature, it's the lack of some of the problems, lack of some poverty and so on. So I'd say that Finland is a good combination of good life.
Yeah, we had some really interesting debates around that. That was the first session of the day here on the live HS Visio Live stage. What about on the main stage? We had Brené Brown, we had Kim Scott. What were your highlights there?
Again, I'd say that I loved the whole day, how Brené was ending extremely emotional. I was happy that it was a combination. Let's say, for example, the whole narrative of today is that we are starting from a really tough business, analyzing the economy of Europe, and then you are ending it with the emotional side and so on, extremely moving. Both the energy she's bringing to the stage was mind-blowing. What Kim is talking, really powerful, the basic model she's having and so on. So there's so many takeaways throughout the day.
Yeah, I agree. And I just think generally in business, there's still a long way to go, but we have come a lot further than we were a few years ago in terms of being vulnerable, showing our authentic selves, being more honest, and saying when we don't know something and what we need to find out more about.
Exactly, and we are in a top leadership event, and you are talking about showing your emotion and so on. So that's kind of like really meaningful for me, because 5 years ago it was all about strategy, and at the moment it is about strategy, but it's also about the emotional side. And I think that that's the direction where we should be heading, especially, for example, when we are leading the younger generation and so on. You cannot do it without emotional skills.
Yeah. Was there anything that you felt after today, I still don't know enough about that, I need to go and read up on that, that's what I want to investigate more?
Well, I'd say that I'm gonna be reading Kim's book because I think that I like models which are extremely simple, but still there's kind of like the basic idea behind those is so powerful, is that you immediately know that this is kind of like what I want to study. So the basic idea, for example, is that every time you are giving feedback which is not received well, it's because I haven't been able to show that I also care. And that's a powerful one. The other one, which was for me personally a tough one, was the accidental diminisher concept yesterday, because I would say that that's me.
That was Liz Wiseman.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I met Liz and I said that 3 out of 6 could describe me. For example, is that I'm 57, I've been running companies for 35 years. And I would have loved to hear that 35 years ago. So I've been thinking is that I've been helping people by giving them ideas and so on. And actually, what Liz said is that it might be doing vice versa, meaning is that they have a feeling is that shut up and let us come with the ideas.
Even if it comes from good intentions.
Exactly, and so on.
Yeah, it was really interesting to hear from her. I mean, a lot of the speakers focused on different topics, but the overarching theme was courageous leadership. Why did it feel so important for NBF to focus on that this year, at this particular moment?
Well, I think that it's obvious because we live in a time which is really uncertain. We don't know what will happen, whether we are talking about geopolitical situation, whether we are talking about nature, global warming, viruses like corona and so on. So it's an uncertain and it's a really competitive environment. So I think that it's actually obvious. But what I loved about this one is that the view you are getting regarding the courageous leadership is 360, meaning is that it's not just that you have to be bold or you have to be brave or you have to focus, but it's so many things, meaning you have to be humble, you have to listen, you have to be kind and so on. So what I loved was sort of like the bigger perspective on an important theme.
Yeah, I agree. Many, many nuances
exactly,
to the same issue. And let's talk about next year. The theme and some of the guests already announced on the main stage. Not all of our live stream viewers will have been following that. So the big theme moving forward, what's behind that as the driver for next year's top topic?
Maybe it's kind of like continuation from this year. And there's been so many difficulties. There was Corona, there's been economical difficulties and so on. So maybe the basic theme is that, okay, but what would be the next stage? How do we move to something new? How do we see the optimism? And what I like about the lineup of next year is that, again, there's the diversity, Because, for example, one area that has not been covered in Nordic Business Forum is like fashion or that kind of side. And having Angela, who has a really broad background, really valuable, or Rick Rubin, who I love, is that he's bringing personal growth, the mindfulness side, personal well-being, and so on. So I think that adding kind of like those things, I think that they are more and more important for any leader at the moment. So exciting package to come.
Yeah, so you mentioned a couple of them. Who else is on the lineup for anyone that didn't catch it before?
Well, of course, Simon Sinek is always... Simon Sinek is a powerful one because the basic ideas he's bringing are strong, but he's also on stage. He's extremely convincing and powerful. So Simon Sinek, even though he was here before, he's still really good one.
Yeah, and he will have, he's expanded his ideas and thoughts and talked a lot more about his own personal journey and vulnerability as well. So it'll be interesting to see how much of that he brings to next year. But I mean, I'm really curious, how does the team decide which guests to have, and how do you manage to get such amazing access?
Well, to be frank, is that I'm not part of that team, I'm only part of the board. So I have kind of like, I don't have a clear visibility, but I know some of that one, and it's an interesting puzzle because there's a long list of names, some of them are obvious, meaning is that yes, you should get that one. People are always asking, is that, have you asked that and that and that? And in most of the cases, the answer is yes, we have asked. But it's a puzzle regarding, are they available? Committing to a next year, not a simple one for many people. Then the budget-wise, because some of them are extremely expensive, some of them are not so expensive. If you lock one, then you want to have the diversity in the program. So it's a combination of many puzzles. And once you get someone, it means that, okay, now we have to be getting slightly different kind, man, woman, female, different kind of backgrounds, tech, leadership, business, and so on. So it's all about having a balance between those.
Yeah.
But I also think is that any speaker who comes here, they are impressed. They are impressed about the event, but they are also impressed about the hospitality. So it's about details. When they come to Helsinki, how are they welcomed? How do you make them feel in here and so on? So I would say that 99% of the speakers who leave the event are saying positive things about NBF because it is a world-class event.
Yeah, we have had that feedback live on stage actually, and it does come through in the customer experience survey. So if you're here at the event, don't forget to fill that in. And those of you online, you can also share your feedback. We're checking all the socials. So it's the hashtag nbforum 2024 if you'd like to share your thoughts and ideas on what's been done well. Also, what could be done better. Yeah.
Oh, I think that it's an interesting one. I loved what Will Kuidara was saying on the stage, is that he was running a 3 Michelin star place, 11 Madison in New York, one of the best places in the world at the moment. And they were analyzing the customer journey of people who come to the restaurant. And they were dividing the customer journey into 120 different touch points.
Yeah.
It is amazing. So I think that when you are analyzing an event like this, I think that there's at least 120 touch points that can be improved. Meaning, when you buy the tickets, when you get the tickets, when you do your registration, when you do the security, about the food, about the welcome, what if it's raining, what if some speaker is late or whatever. So there's all these details. And I know that the team behind, the whole team behind this one, they love to be thinking about the details. And I'm a part of a group when we are discussing during the event about some things which can be improved. And we can be sending a message and the team responds immediately.
Yeah.
So they can be making changes on the fly, on the run. And that's impressive as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of agility, but I say without bias, I've worked here many years, but it's one of the best organized events I've ever worked on. The attention to detail and the planning ahead of time, just to have the speakers a year ahead of time. Even I think Boz was saying backstage, Bosma St. John, wow, I couldn't believe it that you already know who you've got coming next year.
Exactly, and it's really important when you're discussing with any one of the team, you can pick any of those, none of them have panic. They are running an event of 7,000 people, really complicated. Many things are not going as you planned, and none of them are showing even the slightest sign of panic. They are walking slowly, they are smiling, they have time to discuss, and that's also because that's spreading. The kind of like the peaceful atmosphere is spreading to each and every person in the event.
Yeah, well, I hope everyone's had a brilliant time. It's great to see many of you still here in the audience and watching us online. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you. All right, well, as I said, I really hope you all enjoyed this year's Nordic Business Forum and that you're going home with some practical tips, some inspiration, some notebooks full of ideas, or maybe your digital devices instead. I'm Maddy Savage, I'm a journalist and event host across the Nordics, so I hope I get the chance to see you again soon. And have a great evening or a great rest of the day, whichever time zone you're in, those of you watching us on the live stream. It's been a pleasure to be here. Goodbye.